I think we can begin. Thank you everyone for coming and attending this presentation on the WikiOutdoor Training 2024, which is going to be a new type of event in the Wikimedia movement, specifically in the region of Central and Eastern Europe. So it's an international event which aims to develop leadership and organizational skills for conducting outdoor activities like expeditions, wiki takes projects, photo walks, photo hunts, and some other types of activities that usually take place outdoors. This event will take place in the beginning of September in the Prespa region in Macedonia, specifically from the 7th to 8th September. And it will be organized by the experienced team, which organizes the Macedonian Wiki expeditions since 2015. So this is a team of 4 experienced members who have accumulated a lot of experience in these activities and would like to share these skills and knowledge with the other participants from the region of Central and Eastern Europe, as well from Central Asia. So one of the most important questions that we were asked regarding this project before submitting the application was why we need one more activity, one more event, which for some may overlap with some other events that we already have in the movement. The main reasons are that there are growing needs to share knowledge on how to conduct expeditions and some related projects in the movement. Then the second main reason is that we in general like practical events which aim to share experience between community members. For example, we have a board training which aims to share skills and competencies that members of the executive boards of the affiliates need to have. But we don't have events that aim to share such experiences and competencies regarding the conducting of specific projects. And the third reason is that the conferences that we have so far are incompatible to accommodate one such event. For example, Wikimania is a good conference. The Wikimedia meeting is also a good conference. But the thing is that they're very difficult, and this type of events requires a lot of logistics that need to be provided in order to be organized. So I have to mention that such projects are not new in the movement. Expeditionary types of projects already exist in many different parts of the world, especially in the CE region. So I have to mention that there is a dozen of countries that have organized or are planning to organize such activities. And this is really a very good opportunity for their members to hear and learn from the experiences that the Macedonian colleagues want to share. Okay, so a bit more about how this event will be organized. So we have identified 4 different types of roles that the participants in one expedition might have. So we have a group of drivers. These are the people that drive the vehicle that is used to conduct the expedition. The second type of participants is a photographer. This is a person which takes pictures during the expedition. Then we have drone operator. This is the person which operates a drone to take aerial photographs, because there are some cases in which it's very difficult to use a simple camera to take pictures. For example, if there are flat villages, then it's very difficult to use a camera to make a good photo. So that's why we require a drone, which should be flown away from the ground in order to take a better picture. And the fourth type of participants is the researcher. This is a person which collects information and searches through reference works or other books in order to find out materials which may be useful to identify the objects during the expedition, but also to use it as a reference materials to write articles after the expedition has been conducted. So at this event, we plan to have 7 different teams which will consist of 4 people covering all these roles. One of the teams will consist of the team of the Macedonian expeditions, and the other 24 participants, the other 6 teams, will consist of people that were selected through a call for scholarships to attend this event. So in total, we have 7 teams or 28 participants. 20 participants will be scholars, 4 participants will be self-funded, and we also have the 4 organizers. So the program will consist will be divided into 2 days. The first day will consist mostly of presentations and workshops, which intend to share skills about the activities that will be done on the second day. So on the first day, people will learn how to identify underrepresented topics, which should be covered with these types of expeditionary projects. Then they will learn how to search for reference materials, how to contact with external stakeholders, or how to search in the libraries and archives to get more materials. Then people will also learn how to locate objects using satellite images. This is very important because not always the objects of interest are geotagged or marked on the maps that we use or the other devices. So it's very important to learn how to use satellite images in order to identify an object through the shape which is depicted there. Then also people will learn how to drive a sport utility vehicle, how to take high quality documentary pictures, and also how to operate a drone. And on the second day, we'll have a practical conduct of an expedition. All the teams will travel together to visit some of the most remarkable places in the vicinity of the place where the conference will take place. There is also material which you can find on Meta, which is a systematic guide of how to conduct expeditions. It's a learning pattern. It's highly extensive, and I think it's a very nice material that you should visit in order to get more knowledge about these types of projects. Regarding the participants, as I mentioned, we will have 28 participants. 24 of them were selected through a call for scholarships or a registration form. 20 of them are scholars, which means that the organizers will provide, will cover all the costs for their travel and accommodation for this event. Whereas 4 participants were selected, 4 participants indicated that they would like to fund themselves their participation in this event. Because we received more than 24 applications for this event, we decided whom to award the scholarship and who to select for this project based on the answers provided in the registration form, in the scholarship application form. We asked questions regarding their interests and how they intend to use the skills and knowledge acquired in this event afterwards in their communities. And based on that, we decided whom to award the scholarship. And at the end, I would like to also mention that this is going to be the first edition of this event. And in the future, we also plan to make this event happening on a recurrent basis every year. We already have some interest from other communities in the CE region, which would like to host this event next year. That's great, and we intend to collaborate with them in order to make this happen. Then it's also very important to inspire other communities from other regions to consider organizing such events, not only regarding the conduct of expeditions or wiki takes projects, but also some other events that intend to share practical skills, because we really don't have a lot of such events in the movement. And another very important goal is that we also need to define the scope and the type of outdoor events that are going to be covered through these events, because now we focus mostly on expeditions and similar types of projects, but there are also other activities that may require such trainings in the future. Okay. I think now we can move on to questions from the audience. We deliberately decided to make this presentation very brief so that we also include Q&A parts of the session. Yeah, Mickey?
Thank you. So my question is, since I am I will be one of the participants. Thank you. My question is, the participants that are going to operate the drone, what is the situation within Macedonia? Like, how are they? Like, are special requirements needed for operating the drone, or only above, like a what do you say, municipal, like where people live, or is it all around, or there are no rules regarding that? Thank you.
Certainly there are rules to operate the drone. We will have 2 drones on site. You will not have a drone for each drone operator, but you will be provided with training. You will be explained the regulations. So our authority is CAA, Civil Aviation Authority, which the flights will be announced on that site, and they how will know that we will operate the drones. That's how they will know. Yeah.
And then, for understand, is it more that you make a internal skill sharing, or do you have external experts who explain different topics?
So you mean who is going to share the skills?
Yes, are it external people or internal?
We're internal people. So the presentations, the lectures, and all the trainings will be provided by the members of the Macedonian Wiki Expeditions team, which has a 10-year experience in this. So the idea is to share how other Wikipedians conduct such activities so that other people from the movement can learn from it. We're not going to get external experts involved in this, because the idea is to share what other Wikipedians do.
Any more questions?
Thank you very much. I didn't know that you do expeditions like this. I don't know if everybody knows this. Maybe you can talk some minutes or shortly about what this kind of classic expedition, not this is teaching how to organize an expedition, but what in the different countries you do. And another question is, what language? I'm just interested, do you speak English together, or what language you speak?
I'll firstly answer the second question. Given that we have people from 14 different countries and the common language is English, the participants are expected to use English between them during the event. In case there are people who understand or can communicate on any other language, it would be highly appreciated, but all the trainings will be provided in English. Regarding the first question, the expeditions are not a new project. For example, for the first time, we learned about this project from the colleagues from Poland at the first CE meeting in 2012. So the Polish community has already conducted expeditions a couple of years before that, I think since 2009 or 2010. And the idea is to systematically cover places of interest, usually geographical places with all the monuments located in them or in the vicinity on Wikipedia, on the Wikimedia projects. So we typically, for example, in our case in Macedonia, we decide which areas to visit. We usually make the choice depending on the availability of images and on Wikimedia Commons and content on Wikipedia. Then we systematically cover all the places of interest that we can find during the expeditions. Sometimes it's not possible to reach out to every single place, so we may leave some gaps, which may be covered through different expeditions in the future. The idea is that we usually take pictures, find materials, and we use all this collected knowledge in order to share it through the Wikimedia project. So we publish the pictures on the Wikimedia Commons. We write Wikipedia articles, and I have to say that since the project started in 2015, we have covered more than 1,000 villages, and we have made more than 20,000 pictures of all these places. And also it's very important to mention that there are different types of expeditions depending on the scope and the vehicle that is used. For example, we have wiki expeditions, the classical wiki expeditions focusing on villages and all the monuments located in them, but we also have velo expeditions, which are similar to the wiki expeditions, but the point is that they're more green and sustainable because participants ride their bikes to visit the places, so there are no CO2 emissions. Then we also have geo expeditions, which aim to visit natural heritage sites and other natural places of interest like mountains, waterfalls, and other geographical types. Then we also have archaeo expeditions with the goal of visiting archaeological sites. We have astro expeditions with the goal of observing the night sky from some observatories that we have in the country. And we also have agro expeditions which intend to document the agriculture in the countries. So this is how the wiki expeditions are structured in our country. This may differ from other countries. Every country has its own model on how to conduct expeditions, and we highly appreciate it if those people, because we know that we are going to have representatives from people in the other countries which conduct expeditions, we highly appreciate if they also share their models that other participants can learn from. Okay.
Hi, I'm Florencia from Wikimedia Argentina. I am curious about the expeditions in Macedonia. How many times a year are you doing these expeditions, like one per month or, I don't know, 2 per year? And how there are, I don't know this word in English, but there is an amount of people you can manage in the expedition, or everyone can participate? How is, I don't know if my question is clear. So.
Yeah, it's clear. So we have 4 expeditions during the year, 4 wiki expeditions during the year. Each expedition lasts for 2 or 3 days. Sometimes it's possible to separate one expedition into 2 one-day or 3 one-day expeditions. The team consists of 4 people, but we usually, sometimes we also bring a 5th person, which doesn't have some specific assignments during the expedition, but the idea is to train this person how to organize similar activities. So I have to say that in the past 10-year period, we have had around 20 different participants in the expeditions, even though the core team consists of 4 people. And the expeditions are usually conducted from springtime until late autumn. So we usually skip the winter time because the daylight is much shorter. The day is much shorter, and we don't have enough time to visit all the places. And sometimes the weather conditions may be also bad. For example, it may there are more rainy days. The weather is more unpredictable during winter, so that's why I usually skip it. Even though I have to say that once we organized the winter expedition, it was very foggy. Most of the pictures were not that great, and that's why we decided to completely move it to the other seasons of the year. But we usually begin, so it's not comparable to the southern hemisphere, but in the northern hemisphere, it's the opposite way. We usually begin sometime in April and ends up in October. Okay, Maria?
Thank you. I will hopefully be a part of this training because I'm having visa issues. Anyway, I'll ask my question. I was wondering whether the pictures taken during the training and the information gathered during the research, is it mandatory to upload to Wikimedia Commons or create articles?
It's not mandatory. nothing in the movement is mandatory, especially when we're working with volunteers. But it's highly recommended to use those pictures, to upload them to Wikipedia Commons and use across Wikipedia articles.
Yeah, I mean, during the training, it's not a part of the training.
It's not.
It's
Yeah, there
just
is no
taking the
obligation. There is no obligation. So it's an event intended to train volunteers. We cannot put an obligation, but it's always recommended.
A question related to that. When I have been doing expeditions, I always have this large backlog that takes me months and sometimes even years to upload. Do you have any training or tips for how to actually be efficient in after you come home to actually get it up to Commons?
Yeah, I mean, there are different tools for batch uploads on Wikimedia Commons, like, for example, Pettypen. I personally don't use Pettypen or Commonist or some other tools. We usually make about 500 pictures per expedition, and we usually upload them after the expedition has been conducted. There may be some delays depending on the availability and the volunteer time, but I have never encountered problems when performing a batch upload of the pictures. But yeah, it's recommended to use some tools if you think they're useful. And it's also very important to know that some of these tools don't enable you to add geotag. And geotag is very important because after the expeditions, we create maps on which we can easily map the places that were photographed.
And a follow-up question to that, do you also do that as a social activity, upload together? Because I think that is one of the things that I find hard. It's very fun to be out together with people and take pictures. It's not as fun to sit at home alone and upload it.
No, we haven't tried it, but this is a very good suggestion and something which might work at this outdoor training. Thank you.
With the places where you go for the expeditions, do you try to get to places where it's hard for volunteers to get there by their own?
Yes. Virtually at every expedition, there are places which are difficult to access. And we have some difficulties, but we already have experience on how to access those places and how to document. For example, there are churches which are located deeply in the forest. It's very difficult to take a picture of them, but we can use our drone in order to take an aerial picture. So there are different strategies on how to approach it, and I think we have enough experience.
You can go in the forest, get scratches from the bushes, and
Yeah.
come back with the photos.
Okay. There was another question, yeah?
I was luckily selected as your driver, so I have a question about the car. Which car we will be gonna drive? And you said it's outdoor training. Are we gonna stay outside during the night, or are we gonna hitchhike back to village or something like that?
No, the accommodation is not going to be in tents.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's not going to be under open sky. And the cars are going to be sport utility vehicles.
Small SUVs.
Small SUVs, yeah.
But we will not will driving hard off-road terrain.
Yeah.
It will be easy paths.
Okay. Do you have a specific name or brand or something?
Volkswagen T-Roc, Seat Ateca, something like
Okay.
that category.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? If there are no more questions and comments, I would like to thank you. I really appreciate that this was an interactive session. There are very interesting questions and even suggestions that we will try to implement during the outdoor training next month. Thank you.
Está en español. Lo que pasa es que está traducido también en inglés. So, good morning to all of you. I will be speaking about a project that we are leading at Wikimedia Argentina. For some reason, I decided to do this in English, but my native language is Spanish, so something may happen there. And next time, for sure, I will use the interpreter services because this is like last Wikimania day. Yeah, we are all burnt out, and well, you know. So I will try to speak slowly for interpreters to do their job. And also because it's quite a long time, we've got like 40 minutes or something like that. And the idea is nice, but not that complicated. So I will try to keep also some open questions and answers at the end, mostly in having as a perspective the possibility of networking between us if we are interested in these kind of topics. So the charla is in Spanish. It's called Wikipedian Journalism, Comunicar Diversidad from Wikimedia Argentina. I forget, I have to do this myself. So Comunicar Diversidad is a project we've been leading like for 2 years now or something like that. This is the 3rd year. And it is a project that is aimed to, it's focused in journalism, mostly from small media organizations. Also, it's not only because of small media, it's also the people who trying to integrate their own journalistic networks to work together and not that big media in our country. So we really focus on fostering positive interactions between the Wikimedia movement and journalism in Argentina. And also we want to contribute through this project to reduce knowledge gaps within the Wikimedia projects. So the when and the why, following these journalistic questions of what, when, why, we have the first edition was held in 2022. We wanted, at that edition, we were really thinking about how to improve. Somehow this project has like 3 different goals. One is connecting with journalists and telling them why they can use Wikimedia projects to do their work. There is a second goal, which is reducing the gender gap, that you will see later how we do it, and a third goal that it has to do with Wikipedia's local image at our media. In Argentina, we have like a very special context regarding the relationship between Wikipedia, mostly Wikipedia, and the local media. For some reason, we have like really, how you say this, vibrant political moment in Argentina right now, not in the good way of vibrant. And this tends to happen, like we have like a big polarization between 2 main parties. And Wikipedia is linked in the media to one of those parties. So this is what they do. This is like instrumental use of projects. It's not only about Wikipedia, with many, many other projects. But what is happening is when there is any kind of tension with these 2 parties, they tend to use sometimes like, you see, Wikipedia says this party is so good and they are not, and so on, and this kind of stuff. So as we are having this local situation, and we would love to have Wikipedia out of that political tension, we need some kind of help from other people within the media who can try to move a little bit the image into another position. So we had also that kind of idea of open some type of advocacy debate around journalism and Wikipedia, and we are using this project to do that in a way. So it was, you see, it's quite a lot of stuff in the same project. We do that at Wikimedia Argentina. And we also were really focused on giving these journalists the tools to work with Wikimedia projects. So this is, we believe that this have some kind of circular benefit. So the idea is that journalists learn useful tools and they can later showcase projects to which they receive some kind of microfunding from us. I will explain this later. And they also can generate content to bridge the knowledge gaps we need to bridge from underrepresented communities. We've been working mostly with gender and LGBT communities, but there is other communities that take part of this project. The project has it is like a workshop, but it takes like 5 meetings of 2 hours each, in which they get different training on Wikipedia Commons and Wikidata, on how they can use these tools to be, for us, better journalists, and also in which we explain them what do we need from the Wikimedia movement to have relevant sources created by them. For instance, if they go and have an interview with someone, we ask them to please ask their birth date and place of birth and to put that at the interview, which is just a tiny information. It doesn't take that much. It won't change the point of view of the interview, and it will be really helpful for us. So we explain this kind of stuff so they get on the idea of how they can help us. And also, we show them how they can use Commons if they want to for their work. Not only for the work because of using our stuff at Commons, but also because many of these networks tend to collaborate within themselves, like small media projects that collaborate to create content together. So we just tell them, you know, we are doing this. We are doing a little bit of the same, but from another perspective. So if you want to use Commons to put your content because others will use it, it could be a great platform to have like some rights there and also be open and collaborative. So we are trying to connect these kind of practices. And also, once they finish this workshop, this, how do you say formación in Spanish? Well, training. I keep it on training. Okay. So once they finish this training, they can apply for these microfunds. This is like a small budget we offer them. So they prepare some projects saying which gaps they would like to work on, and we'll give them some support, financial, but also we help them in the process to create that content that can give us some relevant sources to bridge the gaps. So every time that I say this, there is people who come and tell me, yeah, you know, but you are just forcing the notability policy. Okay, sorry, but yeah, we know it. It's not something that is out of our mind, but it is also kind of a purpose. And this is because we believe that gaps, they won't be filled just because the world changes by itself. We have to help a little bit on saying, okay, these are gaps. And these are gaps just because there has been some kind of epistemological silence around these people. It's not because they are not relevant, it's because people is not looking at them. That's part of the bias. So how can we work with the bias and keep some notability? We do believe in notability within Wikipedia, so how can we make that dialogues work? So yes, we are encouraging the creation of sources. We are doing that. But also, we don't do it without having any sense of notability. We try to train these journalists in what notability is for us. We do this project in collaboration. I should have said this at the very beginning, but we do this project in collaboration with 2 local media. One is called Periódicas from Santa Fe, and the other one is La Nota from Tucumán. These are small media located in different parts of the country, not in the capital city. What we took from Periódicas this idea of archive of the future, which means that we try to spot with the communities what kind of processes, historical moment on people could be relevant or may be relevant if we had enough information about them. So this is what we believe, that we need to create information about what processes that are going on. So this is a little bit of spotting some kind of something that is shiny for us from a notability perspective and say, okay, this could be something that of what we need an archive. And we use journalism as a way of creating that archive of information that in the future can be useful for us if we want to work with these people or staff or processes or organizations that we believe that can have notability, or they have it, but we don't have enough information about it. So we create these vacancies lists with communities. So this creates some kind of aside activities. What we do, for instance, is we did it as part, the first one was during the Current Wikipedia conference. We had this idea because we were really like working a lot on the Current Wikipedia conference, and we wanted to have some kind of local activity. And we were like, oh, what can we do? We cannot do an editathon because this is like too much. We're overloaded of work. So what can we do? And we just give like, we opened a conversation. We went to a bar at our local city, and we asked some activists from the LGBT movement to come. And we had a conversation which our goal was mostly to tell people what was Wikimedia about, but also to create a vacancy list. Because we cannot, I mean, if you are not part of communities, you don't really spot the vacancies, you know. It's like, yeah, we do it together, I know that, but there are some names and some processes and some organizations that are not so easy to be taken from the silence of history. So what we do is we simply gathered, and we asked these 3 or 4 activists who were like very historical to tell their stories. But to tell their stories in a certain time gap. And we told them why was this about. So it was, please tell all the names, processes, and stuff you believe that were very important to create these stories. So these people simply started talking, and they were like, yeah, you remember that one that was doing that stuff at that moment, and the other person who came, and blah, 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 blah. And this was just an informal conversation. There was a lot of people there, like 45 or something like that. It was quite a big conversation. People started to participate. Yeah, but I was there, and this is also happened, and that book was so important at that moment, and so on, and blah, blah. So we created this list of vacancies. Then we provide to the journalists that are within the project. So it's like, you know, these are vacancies that the community identified and that we do have in Wikipedia. We also take those lists and give them to the, for instance, Wiki Project LGBT. So we try to connect the list and put them within the Wikimedia platforms as well. It's not only for our journalists to do the work, it's also for the community to be there. Then we also work with the vacancies that have been already identified within the Wikimedia project. So we follow red links, we follow categories and try to find which categories are missing. We do follow as well the list that other projects create within Wikimedia projects. So we try to a little bit of connect and take part of the work of others and give others a little bit of our work within this big effort we are doing to bridge the gaps. So just to talk about metrics, because we always do it, but mostly to spot that this is just last year's. It is not a project that is focused in metrics like something that is very important for us. We are trying to really do like this open advocacy conversation, bridging the gaps, and then also creating sources. So our number metrics may not be like the, wow, you're doing such a great work. Yeah, it's quite moderate, I would say. We were with 4 projects last year. There were built like 15 journalistic articles. They was really nice. They are available. We use part of these journalistic articles as sources when we have editathons, for instance. And we had 32 new quality images on Wikimedia Commons. This is just one of them, which is, I love it, so I use it as an example. And there were 22 people participating, of which 8 became new editors. Because what is going on is that these journalists, once they face this beautiful work Wikimedia is, they just start to collaborate a little bit as well. For instance, if they are about to do an interview of someone and they are researching and then they go to Wikipedia and they see that there is some information missing they found within the research, they tend to collaborate. So just to give you some examples, these are part of the journalistic articles that were written. This is a local paper that is, well, paper, small media, is Presentes. They used to work with LGBT community, but not only. And this is an article that is written about the process of during which travesti and trans people in Argentina are trying to get a law. So this is part of this archive of the future idea. You know, the law is not existing yet, but they are trying to get a law who protect them from which repairs the all that happened to them during the national dictadura militar. Dictatorship. Thank you. So they had, of course, a specific sufferings within that process, and they are saying, you know what, we are really survivors here, and it was not easy for us when the dictatorship was done, as because we were trans and travesti at that moment, it was not easy for us to get a home and a work paid and so on. So we've been in very precarious conditions after this, and we need some kind of national reparation because of that. This is just, I mean, I don't remember if it's not more than 30 people that are asking this kind of reparation. It's not like a huge stuff. They are trying to build this idea of a reparation law for communities that has been harassed and harmed by the state itself. So it is an article that talks about this process and gives some information of the people who is within the process and so on. So we really believe that this, no matter if the law becomes real or not, it is something that it is nice to know if we are believing that an archive of the future can be built for this community. It was written by a travesti activist in Argentina. And this one, which is another one that was published in periodicas, what we do is also the media that partners us, they are available for journalists to publish within their platforms if it is necessary, because there is some journalists that they come from their own, and sometimes they don't have places where to publish information that is not only about what is going on right now. You know, the media has this way of working that is, we give you information that has to do with current processes, like very, 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 very fresh information. So if you want to talk about something that happened in the past, just because you want to bring out information, it's not always that easy to publish that kind of articles. So our partners, if we need them, help us. So this one is an article that is about athletes that were at the Paralympic sports. So this person went and interviewed two of them who were really notable at their moment, but nobody wrote about them because they were not in the spot for what media found it was important at the very moment. So this research came out as an article. One more, a little bit of the same. This is about travesti and trans cupo laboral. How do you call? Quota. Okay, quota. Okay, so it's like the quota we need. There was a debate that became a law. That is, there must be a quota for trans and travesti people within public institutions, just to build a little bit of this reparation. So this is an article that talks a little bit of how this process was held within the community. One more, you see this is all LGBT, it's because that very edition was only LGBT. And right now we're trying to wider a little bit the communities we work with. And this one is the one that has the image that I love, that is called El Orgullo de Ser Indígena y LGBT. That is the pride, I mean, it has to be with pride, the proud of being indigenous and LGBT. It is a community at the north of our country that they decided to stay in their communities. You know that LGBT people tends to be also kind of a diaspora because they have to leave their local places and go to big cities to avoid horrible situations. So they just decided to stay within their local community and to create a pride movement in their indigenous community. And so some people from LatFem went there and interviewed them and created these profiles of information. one more of the same project, and one more, this trans person who is working there, creating stuff. So this is all. But but we still have a lot of time, and my idea for this time that is left is try to understand if you are working, because I know there is a lot of people working with journalism and Wikipedia in their local context. I don't know if they are here or not, but if you are working with journalists, or if you ever wanted to do, if you faced like barriers or challenges to connect the Wikimedia movement and journalists. And another open question is if you can think of local networks of small media projects that can be interested in collaborating with Wikimedia, and why. These are my 2 open questions for you, and you can have others for me, and I will take them.
I only missed, you said you wanted to explain the microfunding further.
Yeah, I did so a little bit. It's like they finish their training and they prepare some projects and they apply for this microfunding, and we simply like give them some little money for them to do the research. For instance, if they have to travel to a small location to interview people.
Yeah, thank you. I love to see this model, and but I was curious, kind of about the same question. But when you showed us a few articles, what is the connection between those articles and your project? These were journalists that worked with you, and they've found these gaps to working with you, or is there something specific you can share about that?
Yeah, these are projects that were part of the training and also the microfunding, and these gaps were spotted by all together. They got the microfunding last year to create this content, and I didn't do it just because, to be honest, I thought this conversation was 20 minutes long, so there is a lot of information that I didn't put in the slides because I didn't know it was 40. But part of that content then was incorporated within mostly Wikipedia. For instance, the one that was from this indigenous community at the north of our country. Right now, if you go to, it's called Valles Calchaquíes. If you go to the Wikipedia page of that locality, you will see that it's like a small piece of information that says LGBT in this location, and it has a little bit of information of this pride movement that is going on. So this is starting to appear in small places, but it's not just because of magic, it's because within editathons we say, okay, this content is available if you want to bridge these gaps that we all found out. So we try to do this. This will take a lot of time. We are not in a rush. It's just something that we try to build little by little. And also there were a lot of images, 32 uploaded to Commons last year, many others the one before, and there will be more this one. I didn't put them out because I thought it was simply too much, but yeah, it's just images from people, organizations, places, or processes that were going on that were missing within the Wikimedia projects.
Ay, no sé si en español o en inglés. I'm going to try to do it in English, but I'd rather do it in Spanish because my English is so broken already. Pero lo que quería decir es que, ¿verdad? ¿Qué me importa? Quien no lo entienda, no lo entiende. No, que una de las cosas realmente que me parecen súper importantes de este proyecto es que para todas las personas colectivas y editores y demás que estamos trabajando con temas de diversidad, por ejemplo, temas trans, temas, cualquier tema LGBT, no tenemos acceso a fuentes, los periódicos no nos publican, no hay nada donde podamos hacer referencias. Y yo, más que una pregunta ni nada, es como agradecer el esfuerzo activo que están haciendo desde Wikimedia Argentina, porque realmente que es, o sea, es como un punto de entrada y uno de salida, ¿me entendés? O sea, estábamos con la nada misma y ahora ya podemos decir, bueno, de aquí podemos sacar todas estas fuentes, entonces más bien como demasiadas gracias, y para quien no lo entendió, lo siento.
She was not doing a question really, but but I can. Yeah, and it's also that the collaboration is open, so it's a little bit of this idea that we can try to find gaps together and this can be replicated in other places. It's not that it's here for you to be a tool as well in your local communities, and it doesn't have to be with gender and LGBT. You can work with any other content that is within a gap. So it is just, kind of a model, like a recipe. And for us, it is important to say that it is important to be cautious with the notability stuff, because you cannot have someone talking about their best friend because they want to have it in Wikipedia. But doing all the research that we already do, because when we work with gaps, we're all the time doing the research about what is missing, what should be improved, and so on. So using that research we do all the time to bridge those gaps, having the sources that we never have because they are never published. This came out a little because we wanted to work with journalists, and Anna, who is around there, MIT, told me, hey, we should start working with journalists. We were really afraid about it, like what does it mean, what can we do, and so on. But also because when we were working with the brochure a person bring out a little bit before about the LGBT community and the gaps within Wikipedia, we found out that there was a profile. Right now it is existent because the community is great, but there was a profile of an activist who was part of the organization who struggled for the law of the identity gender law, which is really progressive and is well known in the world and so on, in the world of our tiny world, but it is internationally very, very progressive. And this person who was called Karina Urbina, she was taking part. She was a travesti activist doing a lot of activism for this law to come out, and she died before the law came out. Just a little bit before the law came out. And it was really a pain for the community because she was buried like she was in the cemetery. The staff says their dead name. So it's like, I don't know how to, it was really painful. So she died and the law came out like just a few months afterwards, and she died with her dead name, and it was really like a lot for us. I'm part of the LGBT community. And her profile wasn't there, and she's completely erased of that process, and she was completely erased of that process because at the moment she was struggling for the law to come out, the stigmatization and the silence around that community was really, really, really high. We only had a picture of her in Commons, and we were like, how can this be possible? And we couldn't find sources. It was like she was completely erased of the history. And her name appears in that brochure. It's like we explain this in the guide of LGBT biography we did. After that, a lot of people, I know some of the Wiki Project LGBT started to do like a deep research. So we will get those sources, guys. And they did, and they created the profile, and now the information is in Wikipedia. So it was like, like I won't say small, but some kind of reparation for that silence. So this was part of the process that gave us, on a programmatic level, this idea of how can we connect this that is going on and the work we are doing to bridge this kind of content that is missing.
I have another question.
Hi, Vic. Yeah, my question is because we are very interested in this topic. I'm a journalist myself. We started working with a journalist in Portugal. She have like this platform focus on culture and Black people, Black heritage. So we wish we do more about this. But one of the things that I know you also faced it as challenge, because we are filling knowledge gaps, and I was looking at the articles, and I have no idea of the context of media in Argentina, but I know Wikipedia, and I know our communities. The question of notability that I think other people talked about here. One of those challenges is, especially when we're talking about marginalized people, in media they are focused and specialized in marginalized people. They're not being well received, as well. You know, it's not only these biographies they're facing these rejections. These sources, these fonts are also facing rejections. And I think we don't have much media literacy, I think, in the world in general. We don't understand exactly the process of what is, how can I say, confiável? Thank you, everyone. What is a reliable source of information? What is not? People are very guided by, oh, I know this huge newspaper, so it's a good one. I don't know this one, so it's a bad one. So I wonder if you have any input or strategy to make this type of media or fonts more acceptable to the community. How can we push? How can we start this conversation? Because we're talking about specialized media. These journalists, they are specialized in subjects because we're filling gaps. So help me.
I would love to have an answer. I think that these kind of projects, we really have to believe that they are more qualitative than quantitative. And it's a conversation that we are starting. And we know the movement has quite a long story, and we will keep on having one. So maybe just trying to open the conversation and to go further. In these cases, they are small media, like I don't know the word in English, but autogestionados, like a small networks of media. But sometimes the journalists do their work there and in other big media as well. So it's not that they are so closed, like they are just tiny and that's all. So that creates some kind of pollution, I would say, like between small projects and big projects. And it's also true that they publish in those small media, but we also encourage them, like if you are creating content that can be accepted or welcomed in bigger media, you can also publish there. It's not that you have to do it in this small media. Yeah, I think we focus on small media also because we wanted to support small media, like to be there to build those networks, and also because we understand they have a little bit of this. At least the ones they apply for we do some research on which media we work with. This we focus on media that has some kind of collaborative ethics behind them as well, because we understand that will be the way. Because you know, when you tell a journalist like, "Come on, upload your picture to Commons," they say, "Come on, this is my work. What are you talking about? I mean, I need money out of it." Of course, we do understand you don't have to publish your best picture. You can do like some aside picture. It could be uploaded to Commons, not the one that you will be selling. But this conversation gets harder as higher you get in the journalist and media hierarchy. So we started at the bottom because we understood that was the main door to come into the conversation. It doesn't mean that we will still stay there. I mean, right now we are going wider with topics, and of course we would love to go wider as well with subjects working with us. But it's just a little bit little.
Yeah, I have another. You talked about getting professional journalists into Wikimedia. I have a question from the other side. So Wikimedians doing journalistic work, because in Germany we have the problem that our press associations don't really recognize volunteer journalism, and so we often face some very complicated. Yeah, it's not possible to get a press card, and that makes things really complicated in some cases. And do you have similar problems in Argentina?
Yeah, but it's also true that we have like a quite dense, like thick network of a small media and independent journalists. So they have their own network. It's not that they have places to do their stuff. And also that's why we ask our partners to be open to publish the content of the independent journalists that take part. If they want to be Wikimedians who want to be independent journalists or are independent journalists. And regarding providing press cards to journalists, we don't really do that because we can. They are unless they are Wikimedians who are part of our community and they can go on behalf of Wikimedia Argentina. Sometimes in those cases we do it. We have an independent, well, I don't know if it's a journalist, it's a photographer in our community that loves to go to sports events, so we do help him in having press cards, but it's not like something we do like widely. It's not that we have a program to help that kind of connections. We are not that big neither, so it's also...
Yeah, but your press cards of your association are recognized by the government?
Nope.
No. Okay.
As press card, nope. Some small events they do on some places, but not in an official way.
Something that can be interesting maybe regarding the big media. In my experience, the journalists are very busy, so they might be interested in helping and participating, but then just their daily job, the news cycle is just so intensive. A collaboration between Wikimedia Finland and a famous journalist was that she wanted to write a book called Exciting Women in History. And then this was a nice way to, like, when she's writing a book, then she has more time, and then also, like, we could organize events and people could come and find who are the exciting women that we don't know about yet in Finland. So that's one example of a project that could work.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to ask you, would you include, okay, what is journalism, okay? Because our problem in Spain is that the press is so corrupt. Yeah. It has we'd have no trust. And so I was wondering if the same techniques could be used for blogs or vlogs of different groups.
We don't work with blogs because they cannot become reliable sources for Wikipedia. We understand that's important. I mean, that conversation is very important for the building of knowledge in Wikipedia. It is wide and complicated and difficult, but we understand blogs are not now reliable sources, and it's very difficult to spot like which. I understand some media have information, but that is more disinformation than information itself. So that's why we try to collaborate with some media that we do research on them. It's like if they apply, it's like, okay, what's your kind of work? Which is the network you work with? Which is your usual agenda, and so on.
Sorry, so you go looking for them. I mean, they go looking for you. You don't go looking for them.
No, they come.
They come to you.
Do the training and then stay and they decide if wanna apply for this microphone. And once they do, we ask them like a lot of questions about their projects and with links and so on. So it's like, okay, so you say you do this, let me check how and who and since when and so on. So that's the way we choose the people to work with us.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Vic, could you tell us more about the process for language criteria in the writing of the articles? Thinking that is very important issue in the Hispanic language about all the writing stuff, the X, the E. Okay.
For us, it has. Okay. It can be a criteria that the newspaper or media may have. It's not that we force a criteria there. We tend to be formal in the universal way, or maybe binary, hombres y mujeres, like something like that. Also because we are going through a really, really, really high conversation about what's its gender struggle process, whatever, in our country. So right now, it is not strategic to be very how do you say this? Like like having a very strong position on language creating the content. It has to more with our local context and strategic stuff, that if we use the X right now, that content is for sure not reliable. You know, it's like because of how the conversation is going on within the context. It's sad, I know, but it's what's going on.
I just wanted to answer to the German Wikipedian because of in Switzerland they ask for to Wikimedia for the press card, and the Wikimedia they organize. So if you as a Wikipedian go directly to the events or to the journalism, they do not. But when you go through Wikimedia, so you have a chance, because in Switzerland happens like this. I just wanted.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's very inspiring, the work that you have been doing. I have two questions. One is about the archive of the future. I really love the concept, and I was wondering if you can tell me more, if there's more people interested in it, or if it's attractive for journalists to think about the future and not just the moment. And the second question is if you had or have any plans of working with students in journalism.
We didn't have those plans, but we can have them. It is not our idea, it's Periodica's idea. Important to say that. Time's up, this is screaming to me. But yeah, it is something that it breaks minds when we talk about it. It's like you can talk of something you believe it will be important. And you can talk about biographies within your media, and it can be nice to be read as well. It's not that only you have to talk about what is going on right very now. And it's also because when we find this is part of, I will try to make the idea, but when we found information about this, in this case LGBT community or women or disabled people, and that information was created at the very heat of the moment in the past, there was like, you didn't like it, that information. I mean, the way it was written, the words that were used, a lot of that naming was like, just for an example, but also if there is all the information we found about some of the activists, it was because they were killed. So it was very not nice information about them and nothing about their life or their, I don't know, successes and so on. So we decided like, you can go and talk about people who is not now in the spot of what for me is important and build this for the future. And also, if you find someone who is important right now and we believe this is part of notability, you can build this for the future as well. So people to find this information not only related to what society hates, you know. We are done with time, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, hey, can you hear me?
Oh, hello, Anton. Hello, all. Thanks for joining our session. How can we do content campaigns better? This is Anton, who is unfortunately in Ukraine because he wasn't able to come here in person. And I'm Ranvoy. I'm also Ukrainian, admin of Ukrainian Wikipedia, and member of Wikimedia Ukraine, former contractor for Wikimedia Ukraine. So yeah, we'll do this presentation together. And yeah, Anton, I think you can slowly start.
Okay, what is the procedure with slides? Will you move them?
Yes, I can move them. But
okay.
Can we make slides here, please, visible? Can you see the slides, Anton, by any chance?
I can see the slides.
Okay.
Can people in the room see them?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so next slide, please. Yes, so Valentin has already introduced himself and me. I'm happy that I can present even if virtually, and today we will talk a bit about campaigns on Wikimedia, how we can make them better, and how we can be more strategic in choosing what campaigns to organize. Next slide, please. So our plan for today is to discuss two questions. The first one is how we can be more strategic in choosing which content campaigns to organize, and we will share. I will share Wikimedia Ukraine's experience, and then we'll invite participants to share your experience. I think people who are joining online can write in the chat, and people in the room will be obviously able to speak. And then the next question is how we can raise the quality for the content, for articles, photos, etc., produced within campaigns. Valentin will share his reflections and his experience as an organizer, and then we will again discuss, and you will be able to share your experience. And then we will have time for some next steps. It's a bit hard to present a hybrid session with one person in the room and one virtually, so I hope everything will go smoothly. And let's go ahead. Next slide, please. Yes. So before we begin, just like a brief definition, brief in context on what even is a campaign, just so we are on the same page. So campaigns are, according to the formal definition I quoted from Meta, campaigns summon contributors and focus them on a topic or means of contribution for a window of time. So these are contests, challenges such as CE Spring, those in the Central and Eastern Europe region well know it. Wikipedia Asian Month, photo contests like Wikilove's Monuments and Wikilove's Earth, One Lib, One Ref, Art and Feminism, and so on. Campaigns have different media and format types, right? So some campaigns can be devoted to creating and improving Wikipedia articles, some to uploading photos, to improving Wikidata items, proofreading books on Wikisource, and so on. But generally, we have, at least within Wikimedia Ukraine, we have a distinction between contests, which are large-scale campaigns where we invest much more resources in organizing them, where contributions typically get checked by a jury panel and so on. And then we have challenges, which are smaller and quicker, more agile campaigns that have maybe less impact, but also require less resources. If we go to the next slide, please. The first question I wanted to discuss and first start with presenting our experience is choosing what to organize. Next slide, please. To give you a bit of brief background on Wikimedia Ukraine's experience, right? Let's start just with a quick overview of what campaigns Wikimedia Ukraine organizes. So we do dozens of campaigns every year, and maybe the most the best known ones are big photo contests like WikiOS Monuments, WikiOS Earth. So we have one of the biggest WikiOS Monuments local competitions. We are supporting WikiOS Earth on the international level, doing our own local contests. So this is a big part of what we do. We are also organizing big article contests and campaigns such as Wikigap, CE Spring, and so on. We are trying to join international campaigns at a smaller scale. So, for example, Wiki for Human Rights, for example, every book its reader, and so on. And then we are supporting community-initiated thematic weeks, such as challenges on Wikipedia on everything from medicine to sci-fi literature, whatever community members are interested in organizing, proofreading events on Wikisource, and so on. Next slide, please. Here's an example of one of our biggest projects, one of our biggest campaigns, WikiOS Monuments in Ukraine. This is the award ceremony we held earlier this year in Kyiv. And these are just the people who made it in person to an award ceremony in Kyiv. So this contest has quite a big community around it. And we are happy that our campaigns help drive contributors together. But next slide, please. But going to the heart of the question I am speaking about today, how do we choose what campaigns to organize now that we are planning our activities and our activities for the next year, for the years to come? How do we choose what campaigns to organize? And often it is a bit of inertia, to be honest, right? It is often we do a campaign because we have done it previously, and there is a group of stakeholders expecting us to do it again. So most notably, these are regular participants, people who are participating in a contest, a campaign every year. But these are also community members, community organizers. These are partners, external partners, and so on. So, for example, we have organized CE Spring as an article contest every year since 2015, and Wikigap every year since 2018, even for Wikigap after international organizers scaled back their support. We did miss 1 year in 2022 at the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia, but we then went back and continued to organize this contest. Next slide, please. When we are starting new campaigns, there are often 3 main sources how we make decisions whether or not to organize them. The first big source is joining international campaigns. So most recently we joined One Lib, One Ref in 2021. We joined WikiLove's Folklore and Every Book Its Reader in 2023. So international campaigns are a good framework to join. We are often also addressing an external partner request. So when we have interest from an external partner to improve the coverage of some topic on Wikipedia or other Wikimedia sources, often doing a content campaign for the community is the best format. Because we obviously cannot hire a team of paid editors to improve a topic. So organizing a campaign on the topic is often the best format. And we did it, for example, with the Ukrainian Institute for Ukraine's Cultural Diplomacy Months, which Valentin has led for the past 3 years, and which I think he will tell you more about in a couple of minutes. We organized some thematic weeks on Wikipedia with government agencies. Next slide, please. So here is an example, a meeting for a campaign which we organized with the Ukrainian Institute of National Memory, not to be confused with the Ukrainian Institute, which is a different agency. This Ukrainian Institute of National Memory is sort of a history-focused, national memory-focused government agency, and we did an article campaign with them for the community about the history of independent Ukraine, so the history of Ukraine since 1991, and it was a productive and fruitful campaign. And then the third source of campaigns new campaigns for us is supporting initiatives from community members. So community members, if they want to organize a thematic week, a thematic challenge, they can apply for support from Wikimedia Ukraine, and we can offer financial support. We can offer to have this expertise with our time and resources. Next slide, please. This approach is helpful, right? So relying on this practices has worked well for us so far, but there is a problem with this approach, and namely is that we are not being strategic enough. We are often not being strategic enough in where we put our resources. There is only so much resources in this world and in the Wikimedia movement, and here I mean both money and other stuff like community attention, which is a big resource, organizers' time, and so on. So with the world where there is only so much resources, we need to spend these resources where there is most impact. So to help improve coverage of topics that volunteers are less likely to tackle on their own, right? Less likely to tackle outside the context of our campaigns. In other words, we need to really live up to the movement strategy recommendation to identify topics for input, which we are trying to do, but as with every ideal, it's something we are striving to do, but not succeeding 100% every time. Next slide, please. So we are trying to be more strategic in what campaigns we are organizing, and it is hard to stop doing well-liked and popular contests campaigns in the community, but at least we can shift resources. And a good example here is CE Spring. CE Spring has been a great campaign for Ukrainian Wikipedia that became a victim of its success in a way, because it has attracted so much attention, so many articles in Ukrainian Wikipedia that it's become hard to check them, and it's become one of our biggest projects. And at the same time, the coverage of these topics has improved thanks to this contest over the 8 or 9 years we've organized it. And we are not ready to stop doing CE Spring, but what we have done is first we've decided to reduce the resources we spent on this specific campaign in favor of some others resources in terms of community's attention. So we shortened the contest from 2.5 months to 1 month only, and we also reduced its budget in terms of the finances we spent on the contest. And we've also shifted thematic focus. So since many of the CE countries have been well covered over the past 8 or 9 years within the contest, last year we shifted the focus for this contest from the CE region to the whole Europe, to the countries of the Council of Europe. And next slide, please. And another way in which we are trying to be more strategic is to identify the most impactful topics, right? Identify topics for impact which the movement strategy calls for, and designing campaigns specifically to address them. So in 2024, we have 2 examples to speak of. We are organizing an article contest on Crimean Tatar Wikipedia. The Crimean Tatars are an ethnic minority in Ukraine, which has the language that has its Wikipedia edition, but which is relatively underdeveloped compared to Ukrainian Wikipedia, for example. We have done a contest. We have done a contest to try and push forward this language edition on Wikipedia, and we will talk more about the results at the meeting when we have them. And another topic is improving most popular articles on Ukrainian Wikipedia with a special thematic month. Improving articles is often less popular a task among volunteers because it is more fun to create new articles, especially on Ukrainian Wikipedia, which is relatively large, but also not that large. There are still topics you can create new articles about. So we are trying to incentivize, using our campaigns to incentivize the improvement of existing articles, which are most important, most popular. Next slide, please. Here is an example of a meeting we did to Crimean Tatar Wikipedia marathon meeting in Lviv, like in actual Lviv, not the room we are speaking right now. And it has been a successful campaign, I think, so far. But now I would like to go to the discussion and ask you to share your experience. Next slide, please. Yes, thank you. So I would like to ask people in the room, and maybe also there will be some people in the chat on Eventia who will be monitoring it as well. Which campaigns do you organize in your community, and how do you choose to organize them? Maybe we don't have time for a full list, but you can give an example. So here's a campaign we organized, and here's how we have decided whether to do it. So maybe people can share their experience.
Yeah, thoughts from the audience, because it's really a session that we like to hear from you more than anything.
Well, at Wikimedia New York City, haven't, as far as I can recall, we really haven't done photo contests in a long time, years, but we've mainly done targeted edit-a-thons. I've participated in a couple at the New York City Botanical Garden Library where we focused on plant topics, and as to the second question, how do you choose whether to organize them? The Botanical Garden Library has been a very, very wonderful partner. That's why we do it.
Thank you. That's really interesting.
Thank you for your presentation. It was very insightful. For instance, in Armenia, we are organizing almost everything you mentioned in your slides, but also we organize some editathons based on events, activities that happened that year. For instance, if it's Euro 2024, we're organizing something like that because people are interested in it, they are looking for articles. So if there is a content gap, we try to fill the gap. Also, for instance, we have been organizing Financial Economic Wiki Month, a campaign on financial economic articles. We have this gap, and as the Central Bank of Armenia decided to collaborate with us on this topic, it has become an annual one, and this is quite popular in our country. Because the financial economic gap in Armenian Wikipedia was a huge one. So now we have been doing this for 5 years, and I believe it helped a lot to improve the content. So usually we do it based on event activities, as I mentioned, and whether there is an interest in a specific topic or a content gap. Thank you.
Should we move to the second question, Anton?
Yes, sorry, I don't see the room, so I don't see whether there are more comments or not. Yeah.
Sorry, I was hiding in the shadow back there. Larissa, I'm from Sweden, and I work at the museum, a county museum. And during my first year there, we tried to engage a bit more, for example, with Wikimedia Sweden, and try to just like really targeted market Wiki Loves Monuments in our county. However, as Wikimedia is a word that like many people can't really relate to, it made that kind of easy, like very hard even for people who are interested in the topics that Wiki Loves Monument is about. So what we chose to work deeper with has been like engaging with the local other organizations focused on heritage. So for example, the local history organizations and local heritage organizations, which is a huge network of really small associations on a local level, and the local or the regional library organization, and trying to actually see monuments as a really like broad topic that is also like mirrored in literature, and trying to engage older people in that. And that has helped kind of to actually go to the people where they already are, although they might not even be interested in or never have heard about editing Wikipedia or taking images for Wikimedia Commons. one of the biggest issues has actually been trying to like make people understand how Commons works and how uploading to Commons works. That is kind of a huge bottleneck for us, and it's kind of sad because I think that I mean, we always say like everyone should be able to edit Wikipedia, and we all know that that is not really working as well. But Commons has like an even that's a really big barrier compared with Wikipedia, and I think that is also a big issue for all those photo contests. Sorry for taking so much time.
That's really interesting. Thank you for sharing. I think we can move to the second question,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And the second question is, do you have experience making a conscious decision to stop organizing campaigns? So you've done something previously, but then you maybe decided not to do it. And how have you made this decision? Was it a conscious decision, or was it really just that this campaign petered out because of the lack of resources?
Sorry that I'm talking too much today. This year, for instance, we made a decision to stop doing the Museums Month, which we usually did during the International Museum Day, before the International Museum Day in May, because during this period, the CE Spring is going, and our financial economic Wiki Month is also at the same time. So all these overlapping campaigns made the participants very confused. They didn't know either to participate in the CE Spring or the International Museums Month or the Financial Economic Wiki Month. So based on the interest, we decided to not do the museums campaign because the most interest went to the CE Spring and the Financial Economic Wiki Month. So we made the decision to stop it for this year. We'll see for the next year whether we'll do it all or stop it doing at all.
Okay, yeah, one more maybe. Yeah, voice.
Thanks. In Germany, we didn't have to take this decision. We started with Wikilove's Monuments, then we added Wikilove's Earth, and this year we added Wikilove's Folklore to our portfolio. And it was every content was a great, every competition was a great success, and our contributors looking forward for the next year. They collect their pictures, and so we couldn't stop any competition, and we don't want to do it.
Yeah, and the problem you mentioned was advertising different campaigns at the same time. Yeah, we also experienced this, that, for example, Wikilove's Earth in last year was partly at the same time as this museum competition, and because of the two butter campaigns, yeah, both sides only got half of page views, and that maybe decreased the number of contributors dramatically. So that would be one point that we might need to somehow, yeah, better coordinate in which time which contest is advertised and when the contests are held. Yeah.
Yeah. Should we move to the second question, or are there more comments?
Just one more, please. Hi, my name is Carla. I am from Bolivia, and we're deciding if we are doing Wikilove's Monuments this year because we had an overwhelming quantity of photos from one city in the past, and we really don't need more photos of that city. So we don't know if we should ban the city for the contest, and I know it's like different for a lot of other countries, but we have this issue right now.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for all your insights. Yeah, maybe we would slowly move to the second part of the presentation that would be presented by me. Yeah, it's raising quality bar of generally of the editing contests and contributions by editors, because in my opinion, there is absolutely no excuse for bad quality articles, especially in those campaigns and generally like in big editathons as general. Yeah, just quality is like, I've been engaged in many discussions on this matter, and for some it may be very obvious, like how quality cannot be like good in articles. But for some people it's not that obvious as it seems for the first time. So yeah, like we are already one of the biggest encyclopedia, maybe the biggest encyclopedia in many languages in the world, and quality for us is one of the most crucial issues. Yeah, like right now with the machine translating tools, DeepL, browser extensions, you can access machine translated articles anyway, so there is really no need to just really post them. What like I really get argument a lot of time is, but article will not exist, but I answer, but reputation will also exist. Yeah, so yeah, that's some of the issues that have been raised, and unfortunately sometimes there is not like been great response to that. Yeah, I would also just make a public statement. I'm not addressing it to anyone, but just do not expect that someone will correct your article if you write something right as it should be, sort of. Yeah, like especially in CE region, I noticed recently that there is a very interesting trend. We all regard ourselves as a sort of rivals, and this template is one of the most popular templates in Ukrainian Wikipedia that shows like races of Wikipedia. That there is race like we are competing with language editions of other languages. So we're not like cooperating with each other, but we are competing, and we must like beat them by the number of articles. And we would not do that, I know what will happen. Like this is some and yeah, my hot take is that it must slowly end, especially in our region, because we would need to make quality our best priority. Yeah, I will also make a public statement to revive Association of Wikimedians who dislike making broad judgments about worthiness of general category of article, who are in favor of deleting of some articles, particularly bad ones, but that doesn't mean that I'm deletionist. I delete all articles, but I'm not deletionist. I just think quality is a very important issue. So yeah, on a serious note, I've been managing the Ukraine's Cultural Diplomacy Month for the last 3 years, and this year we made really big progress and point on improving articles. From last year, there is like big spike. Like last year we have like 80 improved articles. This year you see 400, which is good, but still people really like to make new articles, which I also like. But how do we make this very make motivation for editors to do that? We made it by adding more points, making special prizes for people who improve articles but not write new. Also make rigorous assessment of what's been done, and if we had one instance where whole editor was disqualified because the articles were some of the bad ones, and we really pay attention to such complaints. So yeah, really in the last 10 minutes I would like to hear your thoughts. How are you thinking how are you ensuring the quality of contributions in campaigns? Is it some gamification thing? Is it something that you would like to yeah, share with us right now? On the chat, maybe someone will say something. Oh.
I think it's always something that we feel a lot of responsibility for, like not putting the responsibility on the volunteers, because that's what happens if you just put it on the wikis and don't take care of it yourself. So what we try to do is like uploading it together with the people that we engaged during the campaign, like especially if we had like editathons or something like that during the month. I'm talking mostly about Wiki Loves Monuments here. And then trying to like look at the content that they upload before they do it. But otherwise, I actually think that you're totally correct. Like the things that don't live up to the standards that we have to be deleted. And I mean, that is that you might, I mean, it's difficult because you want to take a balanced approach to not like scare off all the people who might just have been becoming interested in staying on board. But I mean, I think it also helps in some way, especially, I don't know how it's in other communities, but I mean, in Europe, we're still battling like there's nothing serious on Wikipedia, everything's wrong. And if everything is allowed to stay on, that kind of just confirms that kind of, thing. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, really, it's a number of articles that we all have on our Wikipedias. Is it like it doesn't mean like matter? Is it million or is it 100,000? Like what's important is what's behind those numbers, what articles and what quality. So yeah, well, I'm really advocating for that one. Across movement and across Wikipedias, but yeah, it's quite hard to make sure that quality is ensured. But yeah, really not scare people that would like to. Maybe they are just genuinely acting in good faith, but are not like aware of some issues and or some rules. But yeah, any other thoughts on quality? Contributions and ensuring it?
Yeah, for our Wikilas contest and some writing contest associated during the Wikilas contest, we experienced that for our community, the quality inside of the contest is way better than the average quality. But maybe that's very special for our community.
Mm. Okay.
Because yeah, at other campaigns on commons like these created with this ISA tool, they for example often have these quality problems.
In Chinese Wikipedia, we are doing an annual article contest. In English, it's called Just As the Campaign is underway now. And in the contest, we have set rules to ensure every articles that is submit and approved are on par with those which can be appearing at the DYK column on the main page. And we also have set rules to ban articles that are results from plagiarism and maybe machine translations and maybe large language models.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, really also like good and featured articles are a good thing to promote quality in our Wikipedias, and yeah, that's one of the things that we should, I think, assess more and like celebrate more, let's say. Yeah, next question. Yeah, I would also like to hear your insight from. First of all, do we have any comments on Zoom or online? If yeah, I'm just here. Yeah, if not, it's okay. Yeah. By the way, it's very apt to be presenting like this in Lviv room, and Lviv is my hometown. I didn't ask for this; it's just a very good coincidence. But yeah, the next question is there really like what are the methods of motivating editors to pay attention and like to improve articles? If it's again do you have some very cool gamification methods to try to do that, or any other thoughts on that matter?
This just occurred to me when you put that question up, but we ever thought of, is it possible maybe if draft space exists on your Wikipedia, of encouraging editors who aren't totally sure of themselves to start the article in draft space, because that way they can make mistakes and fix them without feeling very awkward and self-conscious.
Yeah, great.
In the German Wikipedia, we have many events in libraries or GLAM. It means that we go to cultural heritage. And there are people, so we are together, so we have exchangement of a high quality. And also the curators turn us around, and we have the literary that we can use that also has a high quality. I think this is also important.
Okay, so go to sources and people who can ensure quite good quality. Okay, that's good insight, really good insight.
Yeah, when I've done editathons, sometimes we'll have like experts in the room, like published authors on a subject that we're writing about, and they can kind of work with editors on the quality of content. Also, a couple of times we've done prizes. So we say at the start of an event, we're going to have a prize for the best quality article of the campaign or the event, and that kind of encourages people to focus on quality rather than quantity. Any other questions or comments?
Okay, I think we can, if no comments, we can move to next steps, Anton. Yeah, can we?
Yes, so next slide, please. Yes, so basically next step is just a brief point. I was thinking that it might be useful to document best practices on this, like on how to make our campaigns better. First, I wanted to ask, does anyone know whether there is a good place on Meta to document best practices? Because experience shows that there is often a good page on Meta, just that no one can know where to find it. So, is there a place where we can document that? And that's my first question. And the second point I want to make, if you would like to contribute to documenting best practices, perhaps we could do something together. I would invite you to reach out to me. My contacts are on the slide, and we can maybe do a diff post together, or we can find out a way to document and share best practices around this.
Okay, any closing remarks on this matters of documenting everything? Yeah, we have hopefully notes from this session, so we already have some notes. But yeah, anything to the wrap up? Do you have anything online? I don't think so. No. All right. Yeah. So thanks everybody for coming. Yeah, we really we think it's very good and matters and really important ones. And yeah, I always say that we're not writing encyclopedia for ourselves, for just our amusement, for our curiosity, but we are writing encyclopedia for readers. And readers are really important stakeholders, and that allow us to exist. So yeah, just we should make good content for them, and yeah, try to strive for the best. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, everyone. I am Kelly Doyle Kim. I'm going to introduce Jake Orlowitz here, but I wanted to share just a very brief thought process about me and the community. 10 years ago, I was the first Wikipedian in residence at an academic library in the US, and it was specifically around gender. I had never edited Wikipedia when I got that role. I got that role on the basis of my previous archival work and doing community organizing around archives in Charleston, South Carolina in the US. When I got that role, Jake Orlowitz, Alex Stinson, and Sydney Poore created an advisory committee for me with regular check-ins. I had support from the foundation. I was connected to the community. I was connected to Wikimedia DC and user groups and things that are really hard to find if you're a new wiki person, new wiki editor, new wiki programmer. In that first year, I was able to sustain models within the academic library as well as the greater university system. I created a service learning model for graduate students in thematic and programmatic groups, all because I had support within the Wikimedia community at large. And I've been a Wikipedian in residence. That was West Virginia University Libraries. And then I was the open knowledge coordinator on the gender gap at the Smithsonian for 5 years. I've really been able to become a member of this beautiful community, the GLAM community, the gender gap community through Wikipedia roles that I think are so valuable for what we do. And so I just wanted to say that as we talk with Jake about Wikipedians in residence in our movement. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you, Kelly. We usually think of Wikipedians in residence as our most expert, experienced community members who get, paid for their time richly. You can laugh. And it's not always true. It's not always true. There's certain misconceptions about what a Wikipedian in residence is, how it's formed, where they happen. And I want to talk about what I've learned about the Wikipedia in residence position so that we can have a discussion, and I really want to have a discussion, so if I'm going long, just start throwing things, about what the future of this role is. I've never been a Wikipedian in residence, so it's somewhat presumptuous of me to have this talk, but I am a consultant now, and I advise Wikipedians in residence. I provide strategic support for organizations who want to have a Wikipedian in residence, among other client kinds of initiatives and responsibilities. I do have a lot of experience in the movement. I founded the Wikipedia Library. We worked with library. Clap it up. Who needs Sci-Hub? What? I'm an English Wikipedia administrator, which is not a meaningful title necessarily, but I did work a lot on conflict of interest issues, which will come up in this talk and discussion, I'm sure. And I have a lot of experience training. I built the Wikipedia Adventure, and have always been interested in how we bring people into this movement, and also how we bring institutions into this movement. So I've overseen 7 Wikipedians in residence. That could be hiring, recruiting, managing. Usually institutions don't use that language, but it's support, coaching, guidance, troubleshooting, and making their case for impact and helping them. So I've done this with Annual Reviews, which is an academic scientific publisher, the Milton Public Library in History, ECIS, which is a Latino cultural organization and research organization. We're doing it just right now with the Smithsonian and the Biodiversity Heritage Library. Cochrane is a medical collaboration that has great studies and meta-analyses of research, and Kelly at the WV Library around gender. Something implied here that I'm going to talk about is that the idea of what a Wikipedia in residence can do is much broader than GLAM, and it's getting even broader. And I want to ask the question, how broad can it be, and how broad is too broad? So the Wikipedian in residence role serves as a bridge between organizations and the movement. It facilitates sharing of knowledge at scale and collaborates with an organization to leverage their resources to share with our community. This results in dissemination to millions rather than just the people who are able to walk through, say, a museum hall or even access the museum's website. And it has real tangible results, improving content, images, data, trainings, events, press coverage, etc. And finally, the Wikipedian in residence, and I'm going to clarify that term in a second, represents the organization within the community. Now, I guess I'll clarify it now. We're way beyond Wikipedian in residence. We've had Wikidadians in residence. We've had Wikicommoners in residence. A lot of people are now just using the term Wikimedian in residence or Wikimedian at large. You can use whatever you want. I'm just going to call it from here on a WIR for Wiki something in residence. So I want to talk about the benefits of the role, but not the benefits for us. I want to talk about how I pitch this to institutions and what they get out of it and what they want from it and what they see, because I learned doing partnerships for the Wikipedia library that most institutions are selfish and they care about their goals and metrics, and so this is how I pitch the role. So the obvious one is exposure and traffic, page views, visitors. This is often not just selfish, but aligned with their mandate to reach the public. Once the content is on Wikipedia, it doesn't just lay fallow. If it's done right, it gets improved further by the community. It gets enriched, it gets augmented, it gets reused, remixed. This kind of community contribution is something that you can't get if you're just within the walls of the institution. Probably most importantly in my mind is that a Wikipedian in residence provides a level of trust, and I'm not going to say trust and safety, but a level of trust and credibility was the word I used in my slides, so that the institution is not afraid of Wikimedia, because it's a scary place if you don't know how it works. And a Wikipedian in residence makes sure that the institution is doing it right because they know how to do it. And finally, there's a lot of public engagement that can happen from Wikipedians in residence, everything from editathons to blogs, and this raises awareness about the institution. It's good press. Here's a case study. This is one in Wikipedian in residence in 1 year at annual reviews that I hired and oversaw. 366 articles created, 2,200 pages edited, 2910 citations added. That's cool. 104 million page views. Annual reviews doesn't get that kind of traffic to their website. Annual reviews doesn't get that kind of traffic to their articles. Nobody knows what annual reviews even is. You've never heard of it, but it's cited all over Wikipedia's medical and scientific and research-related content because they're really, really good. And the institution told me, the institution, I mean the organization, they said to me, we're one of the best kept secrets in the research world. And I said, that's not good. So we're here to help. Now, Wikipedians in residence started in GLAM, not a shocker. The first famous, legendary Wikipedian in residence was Liam Wyatt in 2010 at the British Museum. And clap for that. So, there's definitely museums and cultural institutions who have had Wikipedians in residence. The Africa Center, the British Museum, the Smithsonian, it goes on. There have been 200 Wikipedians in residence. But it's also the L and A side of GLAM, Biblioteca Nacional de Chile, Chile, thank you. The British Library, the US National Archives, and all around the world. I picked randomly, but you can pick other ones that are great. These are examples that people are generally familiar with. I want to move on to some that people may not know as much about. Cancer Research UK, the Cochrane collaboration, also publishes brilliant medical meta-analyses. The Royal Society, scientific research. And this is where we get into kind of this no person's land. Brigham Young University, the institution that's affiliated with a religion, has had a Wikipedian in residence. And if you follow English Wikipedia, not without controversy, NIOSH, that does occupational safety and health, has one. The USDA, which is the Department of Agriculture in the US, has a brilliant Wikipedian in residence. You may have heard of her, Jamie Flood. Clap it up for Jamie. And what are farmers doing on Wikipedia? I don't know. The United Nations, you may have heard of it. Consumer Reports, that's an interesting one. But you know what? If you do a lot of research about what products are safe and effective, you want to share with the world. You want to reach it. And your magazine's expensive, but Wikipedia is free. This is probably the most complex slide that I have because it's about the challenges of being a Wikipedian resident, forming a Wikipedian resident's role. There's 4 main areas: awareness, resources, neutrality, and complexity. Basically, most organizations don't even know this role exists. If they know it exists, they don't know how to set one up. There's not great guidance. That's part of why I get paid to do this, because it's not necessarily something that's available in every community to do. Also, cost is probably the #1 barrier, or at least a poor cost value calculation, because you have to pay a Wikipedian residence if you're going to get a good one for a long time. So sometimes Wikipedians and residents end up having short or part-time contracts. This is also a problem I'm going to talk about in a second. And so you're often resorting to external funding or grants or temporary funding within your organization. So cost is a big question mark. The one that I'm not going to delve into now is neutrality, because Wikipedians and residents have great capacity for neutrality generally, but conflict of interest is a concern in the community. It's a hot button concern. And when you work for any institution, whether they're a corporation or a museum, they have some promotional interests. They want to look good, they want to be found, they want to be seen, they want their resources cited, etc. And a Wikipedian in residence often has to say to an institution, well, we can't do that, but we can do this instead. And finally, the complexity. It's not clear how you integrate a Wikipedian in residence into an organization. It can seem daunting. You don't know where to start. You're afraid that if you do it wrong, there will be a backlash. And so you need a method to build trust. And the method of trust, if you do it right, is the Wikipedian in residence, if they do good outreach early and often. So I'm going to say something and then I want you to clap. We need viable career paths for professional Wikipedians. I couldn't, if I had a motto for my job, my company, Wiki Blueprint, it's get good Wikipedians paid enough to live well, sustainably. I love hiring Wikipedians, training Wikipedians, bringing people into this movement, but I am against the stigma and the conflation of Wikipedians in residence with paid editing PR hacks. There's a difference. So what do we need for Wikipedians in residence to thrive? We need full-time positions. We need job security. It's better for impact too. It's hard to do a lot in 4 to 6 months or 6 to 9 months or even a year. We need repeating contracts or permanent positions. And we need them to be funded not just with a grant, but with a real budget. We need real salaries, competitive salaries that compete with at least the GLAM sector or competing fields in whatever the domain is. Because if you want high quality contributors, you should pay them well. And if you know, there is a little bit of you get what you pay for. I mean, we generally say, well, you could hire a university undergrad and pay them $20 US an hour, just to use a local example. But if you want a PhD, they're not going to work for that. Even if they're used to eating ramen noodles, they don't want to do it the rest of their life. The last two, Wikipedians in residence may be the best at what they do on Wikipedia, but they still want to grow and they want to learn. They want skills. They want to have options. When the Wikipedian in residentship ends, they want to be better off than when it started. It's not a good pattern to go from 1 year at one institution to 1 year at another institution. Even if you're lucky enough to do that for 10 years, what do you have when it's over? And in terms of securing funding, you know, it always comes down to the almighty dollar. We need more grants, sponsorships, partnerships. We need to fund these positions sustainably. But I think most importantly, we need to make the case to institutions that it is well worth the cost of a Wikipedian residence in terms of the value and impact they provide. So that's my talk, and I've left 10 minutes for us to discuss this. I have two questions that I want to guide it with. And if you have a comment, you can say I want to respond to one or two, or you can ask any question. But what are the limits of Wikipedia in residence roles? Someone said, well, NASA could have a Wikipedia in residence, but what if SpaceX had one? I thought that was a good kind of example. Could SpaceX have one? What would their challenges be relative to NASA's? And why have there been 200, which is amazing, but not 2,000? Why haven't we had Wikipedians in residence at every museum, every university, every scientific organization, every agricultural government organization? Jamie. That's my questions. I want to open it up for dialogue. James was first in the blue shirt.
I think one limitation is the idea that it's like a wiki branded role, because if you think about this in the broader context of professional development, you want something on your resume that is translatable to other roles. And so I'm worried about people being pigeonholed into a niche just because they have a very particular job title and not something that you could then trade up to another job. Because I think we should also not just think of it in terms of someone doing this for life. They should be able to do this as part of a broader professional development pattern.
Absolutely. So James, quick follow-up for that. Do you have an idea what you would call it?
I think for one of my roles, I have it as data and metrics specialist.
That's good. That's good. In the that table.
Hi, I'm Jamie. Thank you for clapping earlier. That was very nice. I will try to be brief because I have a lot of feelings about all of this. I second James. This is why I think networks like the Wren one is so important, is through my conversations with them, I realized that I had to advocate for myself at my institution.
Wren is the Wikipedians in Residence Exchange Network. It's like a little group.
Yeah. So my role, my title now at the National Agricultural Library, it used to be Wikimedian Residence. It is now Senior Wikipedian and Outreach Coordinator. And so I do outreach. Thanks. My role has extended to where not only do I do outreach for Wikipedia, but I also do other kinds of outreach because our areas of focus have expanded. So we talk a lot about equity, and so my job now is to reach out to underserved communities to see what kinds of agricultural topics do we need to talk about. How is the Farm Bill affecting you? What programs do you not know about that I can teach you about? And then we're going to turn around and edit Wikipedia so other people can find that information too.
You should run for office.
No. Secondly, why have there not been 200 Wikimedians in residence? Because even though I have been at my institution for 5 years, no one from my institution actually comes to my programming. Other people in USDA do, but no one from the library does, not even my boss. So I think institutional buy-in is very important, and centering and really profiling the fact that I have a Wikimedian residence and I believe that this person's role is important. And I think part of the reason why my role has sustained is our undersecretary is why I have a job, because she sees Wikipedia as an outreach, as a extension of our job to bring information and research to the public. But we don't talk about that, and no one from my library comes to that. And so I think that's what's important, is we need to buy in. We need to get our institutions to buy into us, to talk about us so that other people have us. Because not only do I serve in AL, but I also serve, I have people from other government organizations reach out to me all the time to write articles, to talk to them about Wikipedia. I also service a lot of land-grant institutions too. I've flown out to Montana State University. I drive over to University of Illinois. I'm in Indiana. And so I think that's part of it, is because they don't value me enough, these other institutions think that they can just co-opt my experience and not get someone themselves. So thank you. And
over here.
There was one here too.
Oh, sorry. And then.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Sarah. I was resident at Museums Gallery Scotland and then Scottish Library and Information Council, and I'm now a programme manager at Wikimedia UK. Hello to the UK people that I can see all around here. In answer to 2, being one of the people who now helps to or looks for pipelines for additional residencies, one of the reasons why it's not 2,000 and has been around 200 is because of how much bloody work it is to set it up. And for a residency to be successful, so much groundwork needs to go in to ensure that when you put somebody in, that they can hit the ground running, because otherwise you just spend the first 6, 9, 12 months having those long conversations. I have a thing that I say that advocacy is a dragon with a very long tail. That work, you can get 6, 9 months down into doing that work, and then the partner goes, oh yeah, no, this isn't going to work. Oh no, that funding stream has disappeared. Or sometimes, one particularly memorable occasion, I got completely ghosted, which is incredibly frustrating because I had a funder ready to go. But yeah, there is an awful lot of groundwork that goes in, and you've got to get really good at picking where those are and figuring out what are the good ways in which you can convince somebody that, yes, they need this position. Or as Ewan McAndrew at the University of Edinburgh says, you can't afford not to have a Wikimedian in residence.
I think it's all about attitude as well. I think some of us feel like we go in and we're kind of like, please take us. Like, it's, you know, we've got such a good program for you. And I think it's, we are actually like consultants, you know, and
world-leading expert consultants.
And world-leading expert consultants, Jake. And it's kind of, it's an attitude I need to change, but I think it's also an attitude that everyone needs to kind of like take on. We undersell ourselves. We undersell in many cases. I mean, I'm from Africa, so we all understand like there are resource issues and whatever. So, you know, so it's very difficult to navigate and know your worth, you know, and if you don't project your own value, nobody's going to value who you are either. So it's kind of like that double-edged sword. And even, you know, we know that people within the Wikimedia, because it's been such a fight with that for us within the community, within our own community who should understand it, we're still not paid. Even we have to fight for the grants that we apply for. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And I think we need to somehow find a way to make it normative, you know, like so that, and also that we value ourselves.
Thank you. Kelly, you still have a question? You had one.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to speak to the special kind, because we are all obviously believers in this work. Thinking about, too, what is lost when Wikipedian in residence roles ends, particularly long ones that, you know, grant funding or funding has kind of strung along 6 months, year to year. In my experience with both of my longer lasting roles is that the momentum just totally stops, and it feels like we're left asking questions too of, other than what was added to Wikipedia, what sort of a bigger existential question, I guess, of what is lost internally in the culture of the org. Was this worth it? Do we want the goal is to do the work and to have sustainability, to have the people that are still at those units and those museums doing the work and kind of carrying the torch. And in my experience, that doesn't happen. And so that, like I said, that has its own kind of complex issues, because what is the point other than the edits? How is there sustainability within the organizations if once we leave, the work ends and it's kind of cauterized and cut off at that point? I don't have those answers, but that's a difficulty too, and that's a community health issue for a lot of us, and that is demoralizing. And how do we come together to support each other, but also how can we make these things sustainable once we're not within those GLAMs and within those organizations itself?
Hannah?
I was just curious about the neutrality aspect. You said that sometimes like an institution's and a Wikipedian's goals might conflict just a little. And I was wondering, how do you protect Wikipedians and residents from that sort of thing?
I think it's related to the comment about knowing your worth and your value. If you're a Wikipedian in residence and you compromise your reputation on Wiki, you're ruined. And so you should never, as a Wikipedian residence, do anything that you can't do transparently and that you can't defend. And that's what I tell Wikipedians in residence if I work with them. You have to say no and feel comfortable saying no, because it's your reputation at stake. And if you're a Wikimedian in residence, you're a Wikimedian for better or worse, you can't afford to lose that. And so I think any Wikipedian in residence position needs a plan, at least, for crisis management. A way, because accidents and mistakes happen. And I mean, there should be someone with your back if you're a Wikipedian in residence, because it's real lonely to be having a battle against the conflict of interest notice board alone, or whatever that is. We're going to have to stop. I'm sorry. I'm going to go into the hallway over there, and we can continue this conversation for as long as people want, but the next speaker should have their full time. Thank you so much.
In the past few days, nobody.
Ja, nu är inte slidesen uppe heller.
Yes, yes, yes.
Ja, men det verkar... Titta. Vill du börja eller? Jag kan ju börja. Ja, men för nu är nog klockan börjar dags.
Hello, everyone. The next session is about to start, so you who want to stay in, and you who want to go on discussing, do it in the hallway, please. Okay. Welcome, everyone. This is a session about the Helpdesk, which is an aspect of the Content Partnerships Hub initiative. I'm joined by my two colleagues, Eric and Alicia. And the yes, good. The Helpdesk is a part of the Content Partnership pilot, Content Partnership Hub pilot. The development of which is being led by Wikimedia Sweden. You can find more information about all aspects of that hub on the meta link that's on the screen. But for the purpose of today, we're going to focus primarily on the Helpdesk aspect. So the Helpdesk is one of the 5 pillars that make up this hub pilot. And while we focus specifically on the Helpdesk today, they shouldn't be considered silos. So there are aspects of the Helpdesk that inform capacity building. There's aspect of the Helpdesk that is involved in international partnerships, etc. And with that, I'll pass over to Eric.
Thank you. So as Andrea mentioned, the Helpdesk is a part of the Content Partnerships Hub initiative. The idea is to be a reactive function for Wikimedians that want support with uploads to the Wikimedia platforms, be it data, media, whatever kind of content there is actually that in one way or another comes from a content partner. That could be a GLAM institution or a UN agency or any kind of content hosting organization. So at this point, we have had, I think, roughly 20 different requests from across the globe. Those different requests, they have involved, when we counted last time, I think roughly 30 different tasks. So that has been, for example, requests to support with upload of data to Wikidata that could support organizing Wiki Loves Earth or Wiki Loves Monuments in different countries. Alicia will give a few other practical examples later. But the idea is that the work of the Helpdesk, the actual implementation, is carried out by staff. So the actual work to make sure that the content reaches the platforms is today especially carried out by staff at Wikimedia Sverige. But because we want to build a global hub that ensures equity in the movement and enables Wikimedians that are interested in content partnerships from across the world. The work is not guided or prioritized by Wikimedia Sverige, but by an expert committee that has been appointed. And actually, we have one of the members of the expert committee in the rooms. And do you want to join and say one or two words about the work in the expert committee?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Eric. I think I'll start from a personal anecdote. The Helpdesk, for me, plays a very complementary role in many ways. Many Wikimedians often know how to do things technically, but sometimes don't have enough time or motivation. In many ways, just coming across what others are doing and knowing from them inspires. And I think that's an emotional sort of contribution of the Helpdesk. And the other part is actually technical. There's often bandwidth issues. There's technical bandwidth and other bandwidth issues that Wikimedians face. And in my opinion, the Helpdesk helps them get that support because there is dedicated staff availability, and often we also see similarities between requests, so we can always basically share documented details that others have done and how they have done, so that people don't have to reinvent the wheel and they could learn from other people. I don't remember all the requests that the help desk has received, but I think that's something that you might want to probably highlight, like the different kinds of requests that we have received, and from different parts of the world. I think the one that I remember very well, because it's also from a Wikipedian that I know, Neta Hussein, and there was a huge chunk of really valuable images, medical science images, and she's a medical doctor. Yeah, I think those images added a lot of value to to Wikipedias across languages. Medical articles, I mean, some of you might have noticed, became really, really relevant during the pandemic, and people were using Wikipedia a lot in different languages because Wikipedia was probably the only source of information for them that is reliable and trustworthy and in their language. And I think that was a tremendous value addition. So this happened after the pandemic, but I think if there's something that might happen in the future, the Wikimedia community has answers to respond to that kind of request. So I think, yeah, there's a lot of value addition that happens. And then I think, yeah, it plays a very important role as a bridge between communities. I like the structure. It's very fluid, but at the same time, it also has some structure, which is very useful. There's a way to request, and then there's a way to get support. And there's also a timeline. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot for these insights. And you're joined by a group of experienced Wikimedians from across the world that help out in kind of prioritizing and giving guidance on how to, in which order to carry out the requests and how to carry them out in a good way. The process pretty much send an email to helpdesk@wikimedia.se and explain, the project that you would like to have support with, and then the expert committee will look into the request and give guidance as to how to, if it's a feasible project, and if it is a feasible project, also to how it should be carried out and implemented. And what does the help desk accomplish to date? We already got one example from the uploads of medical illustrations, and Alicia will talk a bit more about that in a moment. We have also given quite a lot of support to different WikiLoves organizers with adding data to Wikidata, so that the WikiLoves campaigns can be organized based on Wikidata rather than manual lists on Wikipedia, and many other kinds of requests. With that, I think I will hand over to you, Alicia.
Thank you. I am basically the technical person behind the help desk. So if you submit a request and if we decide to implement it, if there's any sort of technical work like data processing or uploading, I will be the one doing it. I would like to elaborate a little on the medical illustrations example that you mentioned previously. As you mentioned in the beginning, it was the community who tried to use and upload this great resource to Wikimedia Commons. It's about 2,000 or 3,000 medical illustrations published under an open license by an organization called Smart Surveyor, based in France, if I'm not mistaken. But there were some technical issues, namely, you couldn't just download the whole collection from the website where they were published, and there was no API. So what I had to do was basically scrape all the pages to download those images to my computer first, and then process the file names so that they could be used as descriptions, and so on. One outcome of this project was that me and Eric and Neta Hussein, who provided the idea behind this project, shared our experiences on Div, so that others interested in similar types of projects can learn a bit more of what it's like to work with this sort of material. And something that's been extremely rewarding was seeing how these new images are used on the Wikimedia projects in languages we can hardly recognize, let alone speak, because they are such simple illustrations that they can really enrich a lot of types of content. So it was really a pleasure to work on this project.
So
this was part of our initial pilot of the help desk. And at the end of this, we published a concept paper. There's probably a link to that. Next slide maybe. Where we sort of investigated what would be a way forward. So one thing that we realized we need to do is a lot of the discussions in the expert committee were around discovering existing resources that help answering these questions. And the fact that they needed to go and search for that highlights that they're not discoverable. So we had a previous talk 2 days ago on something called Metabase. Can add a link to notes later to that talk. But that's about documenting these capacity building resources in a Wikidata-like way on a platform called Metabase. So one aspect we realize is that is something that needs to happen more, both with resources discovered by the expert committee, but also by the resources that get created as a result of the help desk work. And the other aspect is we realize that Wikimedia Sweden staff doing the actual implementation doesn't scale. And we also don't hold expertise in all the domains. So our work to approach that is what comes next.
Thanks, Andrea. Yeah, and also, of course, for from an equity point of view, making sure that during the period of this pilot where we have just trying to experiment and find out what works and what doesn't work, main parts of the work has been piloted by Wikimedia Sverige, the Wikimedia Sweden. But the idea is to internationalize it further and further and make sure that it's possible for volunteers, but also experienced Wikimedians to join the work that we are doing from across the world. So the next part, the next step in the development of the help desk is to try to appoint 2 different kinds of working groups. First one, like standing working group that can take over parts of the slightly manual work that is being done in the help desk, to respond to the requests that we receive and to summarize the information, to structure the response and so on and so on. And also one other kind of category of working groups that we have called working group task forces, that rather than doing the day-to-day work can be appointed on an ad hoc basis when there is a larger project where we see a large necessity coming up ahead. And one such example that we are planning for at the moment is that we see that there's a large interest in the movement to find ways of using Wikidata for the Wikiloves campaigns, but there is a lot of affiliates that feel like they lack the knowledge to actually do this in a good way. So we're trying we are gathering a working group task force to try to see how can we actually support the affiliates that want to organize Wikiloves campaigns, run Wikiloves campaigns based on Wikidata, to develop to gather the documentation that already exists and develop the missing documentation that might not exist to make sure that this is as easy as possible. And if you're interested in more details about how these working groups are to be appointed and work, then you can visit the link that you see on the slides. But this is something that we expect to take more form during the upcoming fall. And that's what I already said, I think. Do you want to add anything, Andrea, on to those points?
So the one clarification would be for the standing working group to also answer a lot of they would do the hands-on work of answering some of these requests or implementing some of these requests, a bit what Alicia has been doing now. Whereas for these task forces, that would also be things that you might come out of a single request, but it might also be a trend that you're discovering across many requests where if we do this, we would actually help a lot of these, or they're all showing some underlying issue, but that requires a more in-depth effort. So that's the only addition here.
Yeah, it seems like I jumped quite a few slides ahead by just talking. So at this point, the external participation in the help desk partly is from the expert committee that consists of volunteers, and I think for us that has been kind of an important part, that the work of the help desk is not the prioritization and the guidance doesn't come from Wikimedia Sverige or a small pool of Northern European staff members, but from a diverse group of volunteers from across the movement. So we will try to keep the volunteer-based prioritization and decision-making power within the expert committee or within like the work of the help desk, but broaden and make sure that others can join by those working group members' position. So this is the idea is that the working group members in different ways will be paid for the work that they are doing. That can be either a pro bono contribution from another Wikimedia affiliate. It can be cost covered for affiliate staff or contracted through Wikimedia Sverige. Just maybe to clarify that this is funding that we are trying to get hold of. It's not funding that we have for the moment. So of course the work to establish especially the standing working group will depend on the amount of funding that we can receive ahead. And how can you get involved? Something that we are also planning to do during the fall is to open up for applications to join the expert committee. We started the work with the help desk, I think it's like soon already 2 years ago. Does time go that fast? Apparently it does. It's almost 2 years, and due to that, when we started the work, we thought that things would be moving perhaps a bit faster with the establishment of the hubs, and that things would take maybe a bit clearer form. But now we are in the position where we think that it's crucial to actually open up for others in the movement to join the work in the expert committee as well, and that it should be something that you can apply for to open up even more for a diverse group of members to join the work. So during the fall we will open up for new applications to join the expert committee, and also of course as mentioned, those different working groups that we hope will take a clearer form during the fall. You can of course also get involved by sending requests to the help desk. We receive, I think, quite a lot of. We've been happy with the amount of requests that we have received so far, but we would really be interested in also making sure that there's even more diverse requests coming into the movement, like maybe more content to be added from underrepresented and underserved communities from across the world, and also ideas on how we can lower those thresholds and barriers. Like how can we work to make it easier for someone in an underserved, underrepresented community to understand that they can get support from the help desk. If you would like to get involved in one way or another, please approach any of us or Wikimedia Sverige, or you can also, of course, send an email to helpdesk@wikimedia.se. You want to add anything on? No? Because after that, I think that the last part is me and Andrea and Alicia stopping talking and opening up for questions from the audience, if there might be any. Do we have yes, we have a microphone coming.
One question, do you have make some pop-up documentation? So if you have converted some data to Wikidata, for example, can I reuse this technical solution? Have you documented the technical solution? Can I reuse it?
Do you want
to? I understand this is absolutely very important, because one of the ideas behind the help desk is that we do not just want to do one thing at a time so that it's forgotten, but to actually do things that continue to benefit the community and so that others can learn. So absolutely. For example, we have been doing on uploading data about natural heritage sites to Wikidata to support new communities to join the Wikilove's Earth competitions in an efficient way. And we have compiled material about how to use listeria to show these monuments and share them with your community.
Yeah, thank you.
Everyone wants to run to the microphone. No, but I think that there's one thing is that we try to document everything that we are doing through the portal page on MetaWiki. So you can follow the work with the different requests on MetaWiki and how they have been developed, and links to any further documentation, be it the diff blog posts that Alicia mentioned previously, or the documentation about how to use the Listeria bot, for example, for running Wikilove's campaigns through Wikidata. Then we also join forces with Let's Connect to try to run a series of sessions on on how to use Wikidata to run Wikilabs campaigns as well. And I think that all those videos are available on Wikimedia Commons and YouTube, so we can probably add these to the documentation after the session as well. Anything you want to add, Andrea? No? Cool. Any further questions? Everything was crystal clear.
So anyone can make a request.
Anyone can make a request, yes.
With idea. What to do.
So anyone can make a request, and then like the basic idea is that the request is about a collaboration with a content partner, like a museum or a UN agency or whatever it can be, where for some reason it's difficult only for the Wikimedian and the partner to implement the project themselves. So it can be like, we have had conversations with Wikimedia Italia, like they had a partnership with a few museums in Italy, where they had questions like, how do we upload those files in a good way, given that the files were huge, and they hadn't worked with files of that size previously. So that's one kind of project which is more like knowledge focused, like they want to carry out the project themselves, but they have questions about how to do it in a good way. From that to like the project with Neta Hussein, like actually adding 3,000 images on medical illustrations. But then we also made sure to how can we make it easier for the community to add depict statements and other things to work actively with the material.
It's glad to hear that this all organized. We have this problem 5 years ago. You weren't there yet, so we have one guy from somewhere that helped us to transfer all this work. So thank you for.
I think when I'm trying to understand this, to me it also looks like a second step before the first step is identifying that partner. So do you also help these communities? Are there a mapping of these or building that capacity within the community that how to identify partners who have data? Because I come from a culture, from a region where data is very essential, and some museums or some other institutions, they don't want to share. So is that a first step towards taking this identifying for them to identify those partners?
Yeah, I think we have had requests from all parts of the journey, or whatever you should call it, from one country reaching out this. So we did a large upload with data from the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency a few years ago with shape files, meaning that you can turn it into a map where you see not only the dot, but you see the extension of the natural reserve on the map. And there was one country that was really interested in doing a similar thing, but they had no connections to their Environmental Protection Agency. They didn't know how to advocate for free licenses for potential shape files. So then we tried to gather what material is needed to convince the Environmental Protection Agency in this country to do a similar line of work. So that's in the very early beginning. They don't have the context, they don't have the kind of technical understanding, but they have an idea or a dream of a certain kind of project. So it's from that to the medical project where the 3,000 images exist, they are under a free license. It's only to get it to Wikimedia Commons. So to the short answer, yes, from any part of the journey.
And to add on a clarification, the plan is always to support someone in learning how to do something, or support them in this one step that's blocking them, and definitely not to take over that process. So the last thing we want is someone to go, oh, you can do this, then we don't have to learn this, then we don't have to care about this, because that is taking a step back. But it's capacity building or unblocking, because you might be in a context where you don't have someone who can do the technical skills because you don't have anyone in your group that does that. So that's just a clarification around that.
Yeah, and also maybe quite a few projects might be of the size that it's necessary. It's crucial, not only from an ideological point of view, but also from an implementation point of view, to involve the community. Alicia has supported Wikimedia Ukraine to upload, I think, some 95,000 monuments to Wikidata, and like they need to be very much involved in that process because it's of a size that they can't, you know, they need to work closely together to carry out the project. Now I also see 3 seconds left. 25 minutes pass very quickly when you have fun. Time is up. Thanks for everyone joining the conversation, and if you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
Can I test it? Oh, it's so small. Yeah, I tested the pointer. Started. Maybe.
Don't play.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for us joining our session. This is a session titled Wikimedia Friendship between Japan, Malaysia, and Turkey. And speakers are me, Eugene Normandy from Japan, Taufik Rosman from Malaysia, and Jana from Turkey. Yay. Okay, first of all, we will introduce how we collaborated. This is the overview of our session. In this session, we introduced two international projects. The first is Wikimedia Japan-Malaysia Friendship Project, and the other is Wikimedia Japan-Turkey Friendship Project. Okay, let me share the history of those projects. Hello? Yeah, so these projects are based on our personal friendship. So I and Taufik and Jana met at Wikimania 2023 in Singapore and became friends and promised to collaborate something after the Wikimania. So we establishing a friendship project after the Wikimania. Yeah, those pictures are at Wikimania 2023 in Singapore. And under these projects, we have held a lot of activities. So one example is large-scale events with universities or embassies or GLAM. Yeah, and in addition, we collaborated with researchers, public officers, and libraries. The photos on the left side are the examples of that. The upper side of the picture is Japan-themed editathon in Istanbul Bilgi University, and the downside of the picture is a simultaneous editathon, Japan and Malaysia. On that editathon in Japan, we held an editathon at Tokyo University of Foreign Studies, and in Malaysia, Islamic University, yeah. And not only the large-scale editathons, we also implement the small-sized events, such as online editathons and online casual meetings. In those activities, we can frankly share our interests, ideas, and learn from each other. The pictures on the left side, upper side, is Japan-Malaysia dictionary-themed editathons, and the downside is an online meeting with the Japan and Turkey Wikimedians. And not only the events or offline events or online events, we implemented other flexible collaborations, such as sistership declaration between student club in respected countries. Yeah, for example, sorry, this one, maybe it works, I hope. So the photo of the upper side on the left is a declaration friendship of the student Wikipedian community in Waseda University, Tokyo, Waseda University, Waseda Wikipedian Circle in my language, and the Istanbul Bilgi University Student Wikipedia Club. Jana designed the declaration document because all of you know Jana is a media contributor of this year. Applause. Okay. So he designed many things for our friendship project. Yeah. And we also co-writing Diff post. Diff is a blog media of the Wikimedia Foundation. Please raise your hand if you know about Diff. Oh, almost all. Great, I'm really happy. Maybe 2 years ago, no one know about Diff. Yeah. So, okay. And as I mentioned, in this project, we use a logo, which Jana and Ali designed. Yeah. So, okay. This is an overview of our Z's project, and in the next sessions, we introduce about Wikimedia movement, our communities. So the first is a Wikimedia movement in Malaysia from Taufik Rosman. Taufik, please.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Taufik from Malaysia. So here's the overview of the Wikimedia movement that have been happening in Malaysia. So here in Malaysia is an emerging community with usually what we do in Malaysia is we do editing trainings, and usually we collaborate with partners, and most of these events, this training happen every month. So we have a very various focus One of them is language preservation, cultural content, and also content gap, and more than that. Because in Malaysia, we have a lot of languages, a lot of cultures, and usually it's not being represented online. So what we do in Malaysia is we try to document these languages, cultures, and have it publicly free, available online using Wikimedia projects. And I would like to highlight the word partners here. So in Malaysia, it's kind of hard for us to organize, especially physical events, because what we are struggling is that it's hard for us to attract people to join our physical events. So what we do is we collaborate with partners, for example, like the embassies and universities and others. Frankly, it was quite easy. I mean, it's not that quite hard for us to have partners to reach out with these embassies, with these universities, as long as you have more preparation and try to persuade them to have them in the event, then they would be really glad for us to reaching out them. So here is the pictures. Here is the from Wikimania Singapore. So these are all of the participants that joined last year. So since Malaysia and Singapore is just near, it's very, very near. So most of them come to Singapore. And then the other one is there's a training for the Aboriginal language in Malaysia. And most of the participants are from teachers who teach the language. And then, so yeah, Malaysia really love collaborations. So like I said before, most events are with partners ranging from university to embassies, because usually partners are the one that assist us to have the participants. So for instance, like universities, so we approach with the, for example, the lecturers, with the faculties, and then when they agree that, okay, we can do this event in our university, so they provide with the venue, they provide with the participants especially, and from there we can expand more. So for example, like the one at the bottom is an event in conjunction with French National Day that happened last month. So we collaborated with the Embassy of France in Kuala Lumpur, and also with the Alliance Française in Kuala Lumpur. So it helps makes Wikimedia movement more visible in Malaysia, because we start from small, but then when we approach with huge partners, so it makes the movement more visible. And then here we have some events that happen within the friendship. So it's all started in 2022. So we've held our first joint edit-a-thon. So it's focused on the 40 years of Look East policy. So this policy happened in Malaysia, where we try to look at Eastern countries like Japan, Korea, and others. So it was supported by the Embassy of Japan in Malaysia, and we conducted this simultaneously in Japan and also Malaysia. So this was the poster for the event. And then next, for this last year, we had an event similar like the previous one, but in conjunction with ASEAN Japan 50 years anniversary. So ASEAN is basically like the EU, but for the Southeast Asian countries. So here you can see this is what happened in Malaysia, and then down there is Eugene presenting about their projects. So what we do is, for example, in Malaysia, we write about Japan in our own language, and then in Japan they write about Malaysia in their own language. So I think this would be a great model for other countries that would like to do something similar. So for example, like anyone from other countries, maybe like Malaysia and for example from Egypt would like to collaborate together. So we can do something similar like this, or even neighboring countries, you can do something similar. And I believe that embassies are a great start to have this more collaboration and events, because in my opinion, they are really open for collaboration. So don't feel too overwhelmed to approach them. I think they are a great start to have more to expand our movement in the country. So now I give it to Jana for the one in Turkey.
As Wikimedia Turkey, Wikimedia Community User Turkey was founded in 2016. Also, as of July 2024, we have more than 50 members. Our aims is encourage more people from different backgrounds in Turkey to contribute to Wikimedia projects like academics, students, scientists, etc. Also, organize events where local contributors can meet and collaboration in the Wikimedia projects. Also, we encouraging local Wikimedians to become more active on Wikimedia events like Wikimanias, Wiki meetings, etc. Also, being a visible face of the Wikimedia community to build partnership with state institutions, NGOs, and some GLAM institutions. As activities, we're doing some interesting activities like Wikipedia education program, editathons, Wiki student clubs, contests, and hosting some Wikimedia events. As you see on this photo, there is a Pera Museum in Istanbul, Beyoğlu, Pera. Wikipera was our project. If you go to Pera Museum, you can see some famous paintings, and you can see their Wikipedia article QR code on the wall. In Wikipedia education program, people getting to know Wikimedia projects, especially Wikipedia, and they finding some answers to their questions. Also, they starting to be Wikipedian after the education programs. Mostly, we doing at universities, some cultural institutions, etc. As editathons, every year we're doing some editathons on Turkish Wikipedia, like in various themes like art and feminism, Wikigap, GLAM, and more. In 2 years, 4 Wikipedia students club established in Turkey. Also, that clubs has some special interest themes. If I give an example from my Wiki Club focused the collaboration with other Wiki clubs around the world. Also, as Wikimedia Turkey, we supporting to establishing more Wiki clubs in other universities. And we organizing some contests like Wiki Loves Earth and Sea Spring. And last one, we hosted and hosting some Wikimedia events like Wikidata trainings for Turkic Wikimedians 2022 Istanbul, Turkic Wikimedia Conference 2023 Istanbul, and we will welcome to you Wikimedia CE meeting 2024 Istanbul. Now Eugene will introduce.
Okay, hello, this is Eugene Nomadi from Japanese community. I will introduce the Wikimedia movement in Japan, and my presentation consists of two parts, domestic part and global part. So I will introduce the various activities in Japan and the global movement in Japan in global movement. So various activities. There are a lot of Wikipedia activities in Japan, such as Wikigap, Wikipedia Town, Wikipedia Oya, Wikipedia Bungaku, other original Wikipedia project. Yeah, so Wikipedia Editathon project. So and not only in the GLAM or other institutions, universities are often collaborative with Wikipedia movement. For example, some Wikimedians occasionally have a Wikipedia lecture at universities, and some researchers had a Wikipedia class about the translation on the one semester. Yeah, so Dr. Kitamura on the here is one of the such teacher. Yeah, could you stand up, please? Yeah. Thank you. I really respect her work, and I started editing Wikipedia at her class. Yeah, so. Not only the editing event, the documentation of these events are very popular in Japan, and Japanese Wikimedians started to make a report of those events or other activities on Japanese diff. And sometimes it is translated into other languages. Yeah, maybe the unique point of the Japanese Wikimedia movement is such activities were held implemented without the affiliated user group or the other centralized institutions. Maybe some of you know that Wikimedia Japan user group was established last year, but I will mention later. Yeah, so let me introduce some examples of the Japanese editathons. The first is Wikipedia Town. Please raise your hand if you know about the Wikipedia Town. Have you ever? Thank you. Yeah, so Wikipedia Town is a Wikipedia editing event of the local information or local cultures, like Wiki loves folklore and so on. On this project, we photo work or edit Wikipedia articles or in the collaboration of the local libraries or local some GLAM. Yeah. The photos on the right side is a photo work of the Japanese traditional building or Japanese traditional cities and so on. The second example is Wikigap. Maybe many of you know about the Wikigap. It is an international campaign of the closing the gender gap on Wikimedia project in the collaboration with the Swedish embassy. So it was also held in Japan, and many other cities other than Tokyo has Wikigap related events. So let me share the two Japanese libraries, which are very collaborative to the Wikimedia movement. The first library is Oya Soichi Library in Tokyo. Oya Soichi Library is a very small private library about magazines. So it is very small, but it has a lot of, almost all of Japanese magazines. Editathons at Oya Soichi Library, we edit the articles about the Japanese subcultures or Japanese cafe or other interesting things using magazines. And Oya Soichi Library has a very unique catalog system or reference system. So through the Wikipedia Oya, it is an editathon in Oya Soichi Library, we try to clarify how unique it was by editing Wikipedia. So another example is Sanko Library in Tokyo. It is also the private small library, and it has a lot of Japanese ancient resources. So in the editathons, we shoot them and upload the photos to the Wikimedia Commons under the public domain licenses. Actually, Sanko Library has already digitalized those materials, but it was under the license of the CC by NCSA, so we cannot upload to Wikimedia Commons. So I now personally negotiated to the staff member of the Sanko Library to change their licenses of their digitalized materials. So it was some examples all around the world, so I introduced it. For example, the Antweb on the Wikimedia Commons. Yeah. So this is a domestic part of the Japanese Wikimedia movement. Let me move to the global movement. Some of you know that Japanese Wikimedians have not actively interacted with Wikimedians in other countries or global networks. So I often asked that why Japanese people don't join Wikimania on this time. So a lot of people asked me. So the reason, I think the reason is two. One is language barrier. So if you are a Japanese language user and live in Japan, you don't need to use English in your daily life. There are a lot of Japanese resources, Japanese users, Japanese blah, blah, blah. So you don't have to use English in your life. So it came to that few Japanese people are used to communicating in English, yeah. And the second reason is few networks, especially before the Wikimania 2023, a few Japanese people know the Wikimedians around the world, other than Japan. But things have changed gradually, maybe. So Japanese Wikimedians start to join global Wikimedia movement. For example, our friendship project, Japan, Malaysia, and Japan, Turkey as examples, and attending some Japanese Wikimedians start to attending global conferences such as Wikimania 2023 in Singapore, or ISIAP Conference 2024 in Malaysia, or Wikimania 2024 in Poland, and so on. And as you know, user group, official affiliated user group was launched in 2023. Maybe it is same to the other countries or other communities. Some Wikimedians joined and some Wikimedians did not join, but we respect each other's activities, yeah. And in addition, translation of the diff posts become very popular in Japan. So some Japanese Wikimedians translate the diff articles on English diff articles to Japanese, and some Japanese Wikimedians translate Japanese articles to English to spread our activities. Yeah, so this is our movement. So this is a wrap-up part. How can we collaborate in the future? Yeah, needless to say, we need more and more collaborations in the respect of the topics, such as women, indigenous languages, buildings, and so on, and more in the respect of the more projects, such as Wikidata, Wiktionary, or Wikimedia Commons, and so on. Yeah. Especially in Japan, Wikimedia-related events only focus on the Wikipedia and Wikimedia Commons. So I want to change the situation, especially I want some Wikidata editathons in Japan. Yeah, and we need more and more partners. Yeah, so GLAM, embassies, universities, or other institutions. So in those collaborations, we can learn from a lot from each other. This is a very good point of a collaboration, I think. And in the last of the session, I will share the tips for Wikimedians. 3 tips. One is small-sized collaboration can make big success. So even though there are only 2 participants or only 3 edits, if you document it, it becomes a small success, and such small success will lead to big success. So in the other words about the Wikidata user, confirming the entities of our collaboration is quite important. Yeah. And the second part is creating logo for collaboration is very important and very useful. As you know, as you see on our slides, there are a lot of designs of our editathons or other activities and so on. So it is very useful to spread our activities to all around the world. So if you want to start a friendship project and if you have difficulties in creating logos or other designs, our media contributor of the year will help you. Yeah. Okay? Yeah, he said okay. Yeah. Yeah, and the third thing is maybe same things. Making archives of collaboration is quite important, and I think diff is one of the best ways to archive your activities because everyone can access them and search them. If you creating project page on MetaWiki is also effective, but it is often hard to search it, find it. But in about the diff post, it is very easy to search because if you put the keyword such as Malaysia or Japan onto the search box on the diff, you can find easily our report. Yeah, this is where our session is ended. So thank you so much for listening. Oh, just time up. Okay, so any other questions in 1 minute or 2 minutes? Wafi?
Hello, my name is Ahmad Wafi from Malaysia, and I admire all the hard works from all the young people in expanding the Wikimedia movements. Thank you and congratulations on that. My question is, I look into the Sanko library, which work on. Is there any difficulties in digitizing, in the freeing the documents in the Sanko library? Because you say you were the staff of the Sanko library, is it? You were the staff of the Sanko library?
No.
Oh, you're not? Okay.
No.
Oh,
I negotiated the staff member personally.
Yeah. Is there any difficulties in it, in digitizing it, and how do you overcome that? Because in Malaysia, I think we did work on some of the public institutions, like the library. They did digitize their manuscript and some other documents, but they won't allow us to be publish them into the Wikimedia government, into the public domain. Yeah. If there any other, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, those materials are public domain, so it is free to shot and upload it. But it will cause some troubles on libraries. So before editing the editathons, we explained what is a Wikimedia movement, or what is a public license, or what is a CC license to the staff member of the library, and they said okay. So after this, we host editathons such as such digitalization.
Is there any memorandum of agreements or any agreements between you and the library? It's just agreement.
Very short memorandum. To avoid the trouble. But we have a personal network to the staff member of the Sanko library. So we can avoid the trouble. Okay, thank you. So time's up. Okay, maybe. Okay, time's up.
I think that's all the time.
Okay, so this is end of our session. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
Yes? Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining today. I've called this session Open Space for Wikimedians in Residence. This is going to be a 1.5 hour presentation of 97 slides. No, I'm kidding. No, it's very much a workshop. My hope is to distill a bit of the best practices, the key questions, and skills that are needed for the Wikimedian in Residence program. It is going to be a bit interactive, so I hope you guys are ready to chit-chat with each other. Before we get started, I'd like to do a little check-in with everyone. So the way this will work is you'll have 1 minute to think about the question on your own. Then 2 minutes to talk to one other person, so you're in a pair. 2 minutes to talk briefly about the question together. And then 4 minutes to talk to in a group of 4. And then I'll try and pull a few examples from a few different people. And then we'll get into what is open space technology and what is this workshop and how can we get something from it. So the question is, what word describes Wikimedian in Residence for you, and maybe a little bit why? Does everyone understand the question? Okay, so one word and a bit of why. So think about that question for 60 seconds, and then I'll say time is up and find a partner to talk about it with. Starting now. Okay, 1 minute's up. Find a partner to talk about this word with and a bit of why. And you will have 2 minutes starting now. 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes are over. I'd like each pair to find another pair and share again, so now you'll be in groups of 4. Just pick another pair nearby and start again. And you'll have 4 minutes starting now to talk in a group of 4. Okay, a few more seconds. Just finishing your sentences. And wrapping up. Okay, I'd like to hear maybe just a little summary from this group, maybe some keywords, some description of what you talked about.
A couple of us came up with the word of ambassador, but then we also had, was it relationship builder and trustworthiness, because these are important features. You know, the relationship is really important, the trustworthiness for the Wikimedian, and some of us feel, you know, when you're there, often you're talking about wiki projects to people who've never heard of them, and so you're acting as an ambassador, and yeah, but these are all different aspects of the same thing, really.
And what about you?
We had at large. We really like Mike's job title, Wikimedian at large, and thinking at large the big picture. We had enlightenment in bringing the light to the content and the light of the content to the world, and consultancy, the point of this is a respected person brought in as a peer to existing experts, not at the bottom of the organizational chart. And mine was liberation, liberating the content, getting the content its fullest potential.
And what about here?
So two of us independently came up with facilitator, because obviously that's you're facilitating people to do something or another, and we also had expertise and helpfulness, which we agreed was quite similar to the kind of facilitator idea as well. So yeah.
Thank you. And over here.
We had Babel, as in Babelfish, for being able to interpret.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yours was interpretation?
Integration.
Integration, sorry. This is why I was trying to pass it on, because my brain's starting to fall off. And what was yours, John?
Yeah.
Mine was stressful. Yeah, just because there's lots of us now, we're starting to see like shared common issues to work on, like structural issues. Yeah.
I'm not a Wikimedian resident, so I say cool.
Okay, perfect. Did you guys do it as well, or are you just observing?
We're mostly just observing, but yeah, I'd second her. I think it's very cool. I guess something I've always thought Wikipedians and residents do is kind of make paywall sources more accessible. Like, use the knowledge that you might not otherwise get as a random person who doesn't have access to those institutions. So yeah.
And even though I'm the room manager, I thought I'd chime in as well. On top of cool, I say gravitas. It's like,
okay, those are some great words. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so today's session is I really just want to create this open space for us to discuss the topics or the questions that might be existing in this room and amongst Wikimedians and residents in general. The way this will work, so open space, the most important thing about open space is that the agenda really gets set together, that if you have something that you think is important or that you're curious about or a question you might have, that it becomes part of the things that are open for others to discuss and contribute to. I have some materials for capturing the conversations, basically just papers and pens, so that the conversation goes somewhere, and then I'll make sure that that gets digitized in an accessible way. We have a menu, the menu for open space, where I've at least proposed 2 subjects to start off with that I've kind of picked up from other Wikimedian and resident conversations that I've seen throughout the week. And those are sustainability of the role and arguments for going open. So those are just starting points, and see how the conversation goes from there. The way we'll do it is kind of in 2 rounds, so there'll be 20 minutes first and then another 20 minutes after that. So there's an opportunity not just to work on one thing, but you can move to another. And so first, let's spend 5 minutes to see what other questions, subjects, curiosities you might have that you want others' input on, or that have kind of come up recently. Boom, boom, boom. Mike.
Conflict of interest accusations.
That's a good one. I'm well, let's say Wikimedia in residence 2B. So I'm basically working out the contracts or the contract between the two or more organizations actually. So my kind of interest here would be to know about the easily avoidable pitfalls or problems that you can easily avoid. Thank you. Anyone else for the mic?
Yeah.
My question is about how do we make it perennial, successful in time? Like most of, not all, but most of residencies are short term. And what after that? No, it's more sustainability of the action, the relationship with Wikimedia because it's a big movement and it's something I tried during very hard during my tour residency, and I failed successfully.
I think this is another element of sustainability in terms of like, this is a job that can be very technical and need a lot of different skills. And how do you build that up when most residencies are quite short and precarious and not secure and underfunded and all the other things? Yeah.
My question is how to handle when you, how to manage when you lose the confidence in yourself, because the development of tools and other technology is very fast. So sometimes people lose this confidence how to catch up with it.
My question was what to do after the project. Like, we at Wikimedia Serbia had many Wikipedians in residence, but what to do after it ends? Because after the workshops and everything, staff at the institution just doesn't edit.
Okay. I'm only the second Wikipedian in residence in Finland, so it's very unknown position. So how can we make the organizations know about this possibility?
For me, what do you consider effectiveness in our work? What do you consider that you are successful and why? I'm interested in. Thank you.
Okay, so that was success in the role and like spreading marketing troll? Marketing the role, okay. 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 So there have been quite a few proposals, obviously, already. The way this will work is we have 20 minutes. Those who proposed something are nominated as the host for that conversation. If you would like to start by hosting in the first round, please raise your hand. 1, 2. Someone else? 3. Okay. So those 3 conversations are the first three, which are conflict of interest, marketing the role, and this one, relation to WikiWorld, temporary to permanent. Yeah. Okay. Temporary to permanent. So split into those groups, and I'll bring a piece of paper to those 3. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, everyone, as we're getting closer, start to think about what you might want next steps to be from the conversation. You've got about 4 minutes left, so try to capture what the next steps might be, and in 4 minutes we'll circle back. Okay, everyone, finish your sentence. Okay, thank you, everyone. So that was round one. I'd like everyone to stand up. Okay, and slightly just move yourself into a different part of the room and just pick a random chair and sit down again. Okay, moving to another chair. Just pick another chair. Don't worry about your stuff, it's not going to go anywhere. Okay, so I'm going to grab those papers in a second so that we can document them. Okay, so the topics that we haven't talked about yet, although maybe some of it came up in this discussion about moving from temporary to permanent, are sustainability of the role, arguments for going open, so this is like how to convince an institution. The pitfalls, that might be a bit more of like a crowdsourcing thing, like what are the pitfalls that individuals have experienced. Building capacity for the individuals. So is this a learning thing from the institutions or from Wiki, and how do we build people's capacity? Managing self-confidence. What are we doing after a Wikimedian in residence? And measuring success. So those are the topics that are left. You know who you are for hosting. What sessions would we like to do for the next 20 minutes? Raise your hand. Yes? Pitfalls, okay. Yes?
Sorry, I didn't suggest it, but the arguments for going open.
Yes.
That would be something I'd like to.
Yeah, okay. Maybe one more. One more. Conflict of interest, we've already done, but we can continue it.
Oh, sorry.
No? Lucy?
I'll put a vote for self-confidence.
Okay, so we've got 3. Thank you. So I'll distribute some more papers and go ahead and split up.
Every time we go into
Okay, folks, there's about 4 minutes left in this session. So try to capture some next steps and conclusions.
You're not alone.
Okay, folks, start to finish your sentences, and then I will ask that those big pieces of paper come with this one up front, and then you guys can come join us towards the front of the room again. Thank you. And we've got one last activity. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, folks. Thank you. If I could get you all to come sit up here in the front of the room again. So for many, this was maybe, well, for me at least, but maybe for others, this was the last session on the last day. So I'm very grateful that you came with your energy and your participation and engagement. So thank you. Okay, I have one last question for everyone, which we're going to answer in the same way that we did the check-in. So spend 1 minute contemplating the question on your own, and then in a pair, and then in a group of 4. This one might be a bit easier. What do you take away from this session? Thinking about, you know, what do you want to do? What's next? A little bit of that. So what do you take with you from this session? Does everybody understand the question? Okay, so no, not one word. Just what do you take with you from this session? So 1 minute, think of it on your own, and then find a partner. So 60 seconds starting now. Okay, go ahead and find a partner. Again, the question, what is it that you take with you from this session? Everybody find a partner. Okay, and you have, there's someone here. If you can't find someone, just, yeah? Okay, 2 minutes starting now. Okay, if we could get the pairs to find another pair. The groups of 2 now merge with another group of 2 so that you have a group of 4. Each pair should find another pair. Yeah? Are we merging well? I see this group of 4 is not moving. You should find another one. No, you need 2 and 2. Okay. So 4 minutes. Okay. Thank you, everyone. That's been 4 minutes. Maybe we could get a little summary of what you guys talked about. What are you guys taking away?
No, I'll do it. I'll do it. So what's our summary? It's very hard. Being a resident is very hard, and in ways that we sometimes don't imagine when you're going in, both personally and professionally and in terms of the community. But what we seem to have taken away is that there's a lot of solidarity available, and that the peer network is really useful, but could be stronger and could be easier for people to find. And that's where we're at.
Thank you. What about over here?
At the end, I said the open space method I like very much, and I want to thank you, because in Wikimania there is too much, for me it's too much people talking, and then we don't have enough time for us. So thank you.
Thank you. What about over here?
Okay, so my personal kind of takeaway from this is that under that kind of umbrella term of a Wikimedian residence, there's lots of variation, lots of different things, lots of complexity. There's very different models of residencies that require different skills, different strategies. And you guys were saying, like, the output of this session is ideal documentation for anyone wanting to kind of look into this and become a resident, because it's exactly the kind of information that you need when you're thinking about becoming a resident or setting up residencies. And that's something that should be packaged up and sent out and shared with the world, essentially. And the other thing we said was, like, more in-person meetups like this, where residents from different organizations can get together and just chat and give each other tips and that kind of thing. Yeah. Is there anything else?
Spreading the message internationally and thinking if not just national publicity, but are there international organizations? Creative Commons is one, but also scholarly organizations and things like UNESCO and UN Can we get the message out that can they say that having a Wikimedian is a good thing and reach countries haven't been reached so far?
Thank you. Do you want to give the mic back there?
One takeaway is, I guess, places to commiserate together and complain together can be valuable, both in person and online. We did that a little bit pre-COVID. Took a bit of a break, but maybe it's time to some more of those types of meetings, as well as sharing experiences, complaining about your employer, complaining about the community. Sometimes it makes things a little easier.
So one thing that I thought was really interesting, what you said, was around like, how much are we worth? Like, is it like a junior research position, or is it social media manager money? Well, I prefer the second one, please. Thank you very much. But like, if we're reaching a similar audience to like a very successful social media set of accounts, then is that the bracket?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you. Pass it over to this group there. Yeah. Thank you.
No, I have to thank all the brilliant colleagues I met today for sharing the problems that are my own problems, and hope to see you in a future occasion, but not very far. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
So maybe there is a Telegram chat or something.
I
heard there's one for GLAM, but
yeah, there's one for GLAM.
But maybe specifically for the residents?
Yeah.
Or is there one specifically for residents? So let there be one, no?
Let there be one. Okay. Any other takeaways? Okay. So we have one more.
Yes. When we start, I said cool. Now I can add it's complex as well. Yeah, but again, thank you very, very much for sharing all these things together, and I hope we'll see these papers on Commons as well to share it later. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Well, from me, thank you, everyone. I will do my best to get this online as soon as possible so that it can create a foundation for more things to blossom and grow. If you want to get in touch with me and the work that I do for the Open Culture Program in CC, feel free to reach out by email. Just grab my card. But it's just Connor at creativecommons.org, so it's also pretty easy. Thank you, everyone.